Hello everyone, Hari Om. Welcome to the 30th NVAK Annual Day celebrations. This is day 2 on the 29th December 2024. Our theme for the Annual Day celebrations is Saints, Spiritualists and Religionists Now and Before in Veda and Music. So today we have an excellent program. We'll have Dr. Aparna Dheer Kandelwal who will be the moderator. We'll have the Veda Kusmanjali, Sangeetanjali, Stotranjali today. And then we'll have a number of talks today. We'll have 9 papers, maybe even a couple of papers who missed yesterday in day one. We'll see based on time. And then we have a nice cultural program and wrap up. So we'll get started. We'll first go with the Stotranjali, Veda Kusmanjali by Sri Mahesh. Please, Maheshwari.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Om Bhadram Karne Bhishnuyama Devaha Bhadram Pasye Makshabhirya Yatraha Sirairangai Sushtuvagum Sastanubihi Vishema Deva Hitai Yadayuhu Swasti Najendro Vruddashravaha Swasti Nah Pusha Vishwavedaha स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ अग्नेनय सुपथाराये अस्मान् विश्वानि देव वयुनानि विद्वान् योद्यस्मज्जुहोराणमेनो भूयिष्ठां ते नमभुक्तिं विधेम ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ आब्रह्मन् ब्राह्मणो ब्रह्मवर्चसि जायताम् आराष्ट्रे राजन्यः शूर इषव्यो अतिव्याधि महारथो जायताम् दोग्ध्रीधेनुः ओडानड्वान् आशु सप्तिः पुरन्धिर्योषाः जिष्णोरथेष्ठाः सभेयो युवाः अस्य यजमानस्य वीरो जायताम् निकामे निकामेन पर्जन्यो न वर्षतु फलवत्यो नवोषधयः पच्यन्ताम् योगक्षेमो नः कल्पेताम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ आप्यायन्तु ममाङ्गानि वाक्प्राणश्चक्षुः श्रोत्रमथो बलमिन्द्रियाणि च सर्वाणि सर्वं ब्रह्म उपनिषदं माहं ब्रह्म निराकुर्याम् मा ब्रह्म निराकरोतु अनिराकरणमस्तु अनिराकरणं मे अस्तु तदात्मनिरतेय उपनिषत्सु धर्माः ते मयि सन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः अथ स्वस्तिनो मिमीतां सूक्तम् ॐ स्वस्ति नो मिमीतामश्विना भगः स्वस्ति देव्यतिथिरनर्वणः स्वस्ति पूषा असुरो ददाधुनः स्वस्ति द्यावा पृथिवी सुचेतुना स्वस्तये वायुमुपब्रवामहे सोमं स्वस्ति भुवनस्य यस्पतिः बृहस्पतिं सर्वगणं स्वस्तये स्वस्तय आदित्यासो भवन्तु नः विश्वे देवानो अद्य स्वस्तये वैश्वानरो वसुरग्निः स्वस्तये देवा अवन्त्वृतपः स्वस्तये स्वस्ति नो रुद्र पात्वं हसः स्वस्ति मित्रावरुणा स्वस्ति पथ्ये रेवती स्वस्ति न इन्द्रश्चाग्निश्च स्वस्ति नो अदिते कृधि स्वस्ति पन्थामनुचरेम सूर्याचन्द्रमसा विव पुनर्ददताघ्नता जानता सङ्गमे महि स्वस्त्ययनं तार्क्ष्यमरिष्टनेमिं महद्भूतं वायसं देवतानाम् असुरघ्नमिन्द्रसकं समत्सु बृहद्यशो नावमिवारुहेम अम्होगिरसंगयं च श्यं प्रयतपानिः शरणं प्रपद्ये स्वस्ति बाधेष्वभयं नो अस्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु धन्यवाद सर
Thank you, Maheshwari. Thank you very much. So now I'll play the Sangeetanjali. The Sangeetanjali is by Kumari Kavya Gundlapalli, Kumari Ovia Sundar, and Kumari Alini Sundar, accompanied by myself, Anjaney Prasad, on the flute. They are students of Lalita Kala Academy, Chicago. We'll do two songs, one of Ganesha and one of Narayana. So I'll start with the Ganesha song. So yeah, with that we finished the Sangeetanjali portion. Now we'll have the Stotranjali. So we have Dr. Gopi Chand who will do the Shivatandava Stotram.
Good evening, everyone, and good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please continue.
Hari Om. Shivatandava Stotram. Jataatavi galajjala pravaha pavitastale galevalam yalambitam bhujangatunga malikam. Damaddamaddamaddamanninadamaddamarvayam chakara chanda tandavam tanutuna shiva shivam. Jatakataha sambrama brahman nilimpa nirjari vilola vichi vallari virajamana murdhani. Dagad 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 jalallalata pattapavake kishora chandashekare rati pratikshanam mama. Dharadharendra nandini vilasa bandhu bandhura spuraddiganta santati pramodamana manase. Krupa kataksha dorini niruddha durdharapadi kvachid digambare mano vinodametu mastuni. Jatapujanga pingala spuratpana maniprabha kadamba kunkumadraba pralipta digvadumukhe. Madanda sindura spuratta guttari amedure mano vinoda madbutam biburtu bhuta bartari. Sahasralochana prabhutya sheshaleka shekara prasuna dholi dhurini vidusurangra pithabhu. Bhujangarajamalaya nibadda jata chutaka chiraya jayatam chakora bandhushekaraha. Lalata chatvarajvala dhananjaya spulingaba nipita panchasayakam namannilimpanayakam. Sudhamayukalekaya virajamana shekaram mahakapali sampade shirojatalamastuna. करालपालपट्टिका दगद्दगद्दगज्ज्वलद्धनञ्जया दरीकृता प्रचण्डपञ्चसायके धराधरेन्द्रनन्दिनी कुचाग्रचित्रपत्रका प्रकल्पनैकशिल्पिनी त्रिलोचने रतिर्मम नवीनमेघमण्डली निरुद्धदुर्धरस्फुरत्कहूनिशीतिनीतिमप्रबन्धबन्धुकन्दरः निलम्पनिर्झरी निरधरस्तु नो तत्कुत्तिसिन्दुरः कलानिदानबन्धुरः श्रियजगद्दुरन्दरः प्रफुल्लनीलपङ्कज प्रपञ्चकालिमप्रभा विलम्बिकण्ठकन्दली रुचिप्रबद्धकन्दरम् स्मरश्चिदं पुरश्चिदं भवश्चिदं मकच्चिदं गजच्चिदान्तकच्चिदं तमन्तकच्चिदं भजे अकर्व सर्वमङ्गला कला कदम्बमञ्जिरी रसप्रवाहमाधुरी विजृम्भणा मधुरतम् स्मरान्तकं पुरान्तकं भवान्तकं मकान्तकं गजान्तकान्तकान्तकं तमन्तकान्तकं भजे जयत्वदभ्रविभ्रमद्भ्रमद्भुजङ्गमश्वरात् विनिर्गमत्क्रमस्फरत् पुरत्करालपालहव्यवाट् दिमिद्दिमिद्विनन् मृदङ्गतुङ्गमङ्गला ध्वनिक्रमप्रवर्तित प्रचण्डताण्डव शिवः दृशद्विचित्रतल्पयोर्भुजङ्गमौत्रिकस्रजोर्गरिष्ठरत्नलष्टयो सुहृद्दिपक्षपक्षयोः तुष्टारविन्दुचक्षुषो प्रजामही महेन्द्रयो समं प्रवर्तयन्मनः कदा सदा शिवं भजे कदा निलिम्पनर्जरी निकुञ्जकोटरे वसन् विमुक्तदुर्मतिः सदा स्थिरस्तमञ्जलीवहन् विमुक्तलोललोचनो ललाटपाललग्नका शिवेति मन्त्रमुच्चरन् सदा सुखी भवाम्यहम् इमं हि नित्यमेव मुक्तमुक्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्फुरन् ब्रुवन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततम् हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनम् पूजा अवसानसमये दशभक्तगीतं या शम्भो पूजनपरं पठति प्रदोषे तस्या स्थिरां रतगर्जेन्द्रतुरङ्गयुक्तां लक्ष्मीं सदैव सुमुखीं प्रददाति शम्भुः इति श्री शिवताण्डवस्तोत्रं सम्पूर्णम् थैंक यू सर
Thank you, Dr. Gopichan ji. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू
Om Ishavasya Sarvam Yat Kinchat Jagatyam Jagattin Tyaktin Punjita Magridaha Kasya Vidhanam. Namaste to all. And this is the second day of 30th annual day celebration of Veda Adhyayana Kendra and also the Waves Bangalore chapter. So we are here for the second day today, and yesterday we heard a very remarkable presentations along with keynote address and the cultural program we heard. And today again we are here to have another day on the celebration of annual day of NVAK. And to start with, today we just have very great with Kusmanjali, then Sangeetanjali, and then Stotranjali, and Dr. Prasad was there on the fluid with his students. So we are very glad to hear such a great start of the program. Now, to begin with the proceedings, I now request for the preamble talk Dr. C.L. Prabhakar ji. He is President Waves Bangalore chapter and Director Veda Adhyayana Kendra from Bangalore. And he'll be speaking on spiritual and academic fervor in the compositions of Kyara Muttu Swami Dikshita. I think I cannot spell because that is a different word. So I request Dr. Prabhakar ji to give the title of his presentation and presentation also. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, one and all, for having joined this beautiful session, the celebration of the Veda Adhyayana Kendra and World Association for Vedic Studies Bangalore chapter, which was inaugurated long back by Dr. Bhudev Sharma himself when he came to Bangalore. But all activities of our Nadaveda Adhyayana Kendra almost simultaneously are going with the Waves Bangalore chapter here, and we are very much obliged. And today I have taken some time to speak about important South Indian classical musician, Vaggayakara, Muthuswami Dikshitar. And yesterday, the first day, we had some talk on Tyagaraja and Muthuswami Dikshitar and Sama Sastri. They are taken to be the Sangeeta Trimurtis, as we have Veda Trimurtis and Purana Trimurtis. Agni, Vayu, Surya is Veda, and Brahma, Vishnu, Maheswaras for our Puranas. And for Sangeeta Prapancham, these three people, that Shama Sastri, Muthuswami Dikshitar, and Tyagaraja. So there is plenitude of talk and work done on Tyagaraja. Similarly, on other two musicians, but there is some difference between them because all these three are Upasakas, Devi Upasakas, and Tyagaraja is Rama Upasaka, Ishta Devata it is. So just to say what the amount of work that Muthuswami Dikshitar has done, we know he has not done much, around 300 kirtanas are there. And to give details, we have got Tiruttani Kirtanas, Srinathadi Guru Jayati Jayati 6, then Panchalinga Sthala Kirtanas, then there is a Kalas, other Sri Kalahastistra Asid Janavana, Arunachalanatham Smarami, and Abhayamba Kirtanas, and so there are three, and then we have got Tiruvaruru Kirtanas also are there. Then there are about, Tyagaraja Samrakshitoham 13, and Tiruvaruru Sivalinga Kirtanas are there, 5 about them. Then there are Navavarna Kirtanas, 9 of them, and Navagraha Kirtanas, and also miscellaneous Kirtanas are there, around 12 Kirtanas, and other Kirtanas are there, 161, and there are 2 Ragangaraga Malika Kirtana, Sri Viswanatham Bhajeham Purna Chandra Bimba Bhaje Vadane, and so Kamala Ambike, and like that, we have good number of Kirtanas or songs composed by Muthuswami Dikshitar, and basically he is belonging to Apastamba Sutra, Kashyapa Gotra, and his father is again Ramaswami Dikshitar, a great musician, and so he just runs a great musical tradition in the lineage, and is born in Kritika Nakshatram, Subramanya Swami Nakshatram, Kritika, Kartikeya. And it is said that when the parents don't have the son, they were just making prayer. And in Tiruttani, I think Balambika Anugraham, so the boy was born. And in Subramanyeswara Devasthanam, the mother of Dikshitar had that kind of vision and see that. And now, so when we come to the topic as academic and spiritual content in the Kirtanas, actually all the musicians are fond of singing with the raga, tala, and all these musical way, and actually it is hard to sing the Dikshitar Kritis, but when we sit before the amount of kirtanas that Muthuswami Dikshitar did, we just wonder how much of education he has given and how much of spiritual pathways and our ways out he has pointed out. All that, as yesterday Rajendran pointed out that academic spirit and also spiritual content and also the Sanmarga Alokana ways out, all these things are important. In fact, Kalidasa has made a beautiful suggestion in his 3 dramas. In the first drama, what Shiva should bless us is Sanmarga Lokanaya Apanayatu Vaha Tamasim Vrittim Ishvaha. So the Tamasa Vritti is there, which will eclipse all people and love more and more the mundane life and existence and mundane life, luxury and all that. And in this milli, people do not remember that there is second world. In fact, Yajnavalkya Maharshi and other Maharshis tell that there is another world where from we have come, and this is not the final world. So we have to work hard to go back to that world with a better equipment and better situation rather than to remain like that only. So there is education. I mean, let us talk something about education. That is, he talks about the importance of the Veda, the content of the Veda, the suggestions that Veda will give us so that we can live that life. Something like Art Shankara telling, Vedo nityamadhiyatam taduditam karma swanushtiyatam. Every day you please uh, practice reading Vedas and also practice also whatever has been told in it. And not only the Vedic content has been brought in the Kirtanas by Muthuswami Dikshitar, also he has touched the Vedangas and Upanishad, and their essence also has been put forth in that, so that when we just go through the Kirtanas, we are able to get hold of the saram, the essence that has been communicated. And again, apart from that Vedic flow, we have also development of the Tantra Shastra, Mantra Shastra, Yoga Shastra, and all this knowledge is also very much secret, rahasyam. And these kirtanas, when we sit for explanation, for example, the Navavarana kirtanas, there is a special commentary also being given by Parthasarathi, only the Navavarana kirtanas. So telling us how much is, how much knowledge is hidden in that, connected to mantra and tantra and aradhana ways out and all that. And also all these things is being marked for the bhakti marga. So Kalidasa himself has pointed out in Vikramorusiam, Saha Sthirabhakti Yoga Sulabha Sthanuhu Nisreyasaya Avatu. See, Shiva is a sthanu, is a pillar, stubborn fellow. He will be so always closing as our Rajgopalan put backdrop. You look at that Lord Shiva, he is always Ardha Nimilita Netra or Sampurna Nimilita Netra. He doesn't know anything. But he has got all ugly things over his body so that nobody will go and touch him. The serpent or Vikshapatra or the Trisula or all Damaru. And so these things. But that's why he is called as Sthanu. Sthanurayam. And again, Sthira Bhakti Yoga Sulabhaha. That is the way out. When once we have got the confirmed, practiced bhakti devotion towards him, and the same thing our Dr. Gopichand also, when they recited Dasagrivam, there also is pointed out that in the Dasagriva of Ravana, he also pointed out how difficult it is to appease Lord Rudra and Sthira Bhakti Yoga Sulabha. And ultimately what we want is Nisreyas. That is, we want emancipation. We want not to come back again. That's what the Paramartha sadhana, Paramartha should be there. And again, as far as Shiva concerned, he is called Atmaya Namaha, Atmalingaya Namaha, Paramaya Namaha, Paramalingaya Namaha. So one has to transcend from this Atma to Paramatma and also become a Linga Rupam, completely merging in that. Then we have plenitude of knowledge regarding the Adhyatma Gnanam, because even in the Upanishad, that Paipanada says that the best way to get hold of the higher planes of spiritual success only through the Atma Anveshana, only through Adhyatma Gnana. Even all people say about it. So that Adhyatma Gnana is being given. And also, Dikshitar has educated how best we can get into the deeper planes of the bhakti and anxiety to that. Bhakti bhava avesha. Bhakti bhavana is important because bhavana is something Parameswari herself. Bhavani bhavanagamya bhavaranya kutarika are the compliments to Devi Lalita. So Bhava Aranya Kutarika, she is the Kutarika, the axe to cut down the Aranya of the Bhava. Aranya means, well, there is no regulation, there is no orderliness, everything is grown as it is. So that's why even when we are living, we don't have any discretion over actions. Whatever we like, we do it. Ishtam, custom, and they don't. There is no judicious. That's why our Shankara has written Viveka Chudamani just to tell us how much important is the Viveka and all that. Then the Valli Subramanya Swami is his best deity, and because he got the inspiration and also the prasadam of Subramanyeswara Swami Guha, and he said he just named it as a Guru Guha because the Subramanya Swami has been the torch bearer to the lifestyles of Dikshitar. And when we see all these kirtanas have come to us only when he has been visiting to number of temples in the Tamil Nadu, and he is trying to bring out the glory, the power, and the practical anubhava from the deities. Actually, it is hard for us to believe a God. People think that the God is not there, but when we read his kirtanas, we come to note down so many things. And moreover, he's a wonderful Sanskrit scholar that we should know. A separate study of the Sanskrit language, style, and all that can be done in the kirtanas of the Chitar. And so you can imagine how deep was his Sanskrit knowledge, Tamil knowledge, and also the Telugu knowledge. And therefore, you see, he's able to combine the spiritual information and education through these three languages. And moreover, he has got Sri Chakra Swarupa Varnanam and Tantra Vishaya exposition and Sanketika Puja Vaibhavam, and also many factors he has clubbed in that. And we don't know when we visited a temple like Dharma Sambardhini, Sundareswara Devasthanam, and Ramanatha, and when we went to another important thing that the spiritual power he wants to exhibit is that when he happened to go through the Pattayapuram, where there was complete drought, Kshamam, and there was no rain at all at that place. So at the request of all villagers, he just made a kirtana, Amrita Varshini, Varshaya, 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 Varshaya. There was so much of rain, and ultimately all of them requested, please stop the rain. And again he composed Stambhaya, Stambhaya, Stambhaya. So that is to say that Anugraha, Agraha, Nigraha, all the Shaktis are there in him and also in the music. He has demonstrated to the world that music is the food of love. Music is the food of prosperity. Music is the food of ananda or bliss. And again, when you just read some lines, Abhayamba, and he describes Abhayamba is Atma Rupa Pratibamba. If we take up the Sanskrit samasas which have been employed in his kirtanas, they speak stories. But we can only pick up a few. For example, when he says that Abhayamba Atma Rupa Pratibimba, that's exactly, even Shankara also has already told in Saundarya Lahari that Sivayuvati Bhavena Bibhrushe is only for the world's sake. She will just behave as the wife of or consort of Shiva. And actually speaking, they're all independent of all these things. They are different. And again, this Mahadevi Amavaru is known to look at the Samasam. Vyasta Samasta Jagat Vishalini Amba. So Vyasta Samasta Jagat Vishalini. She is trying to spread the Prapancham, Jagatu, which is containing Vyasta and Avyasta. And the things are not orderly there in that. And again, one more important thing that he gives us spiritually to note down is that Janma is important, but the kind of Janma is no importance to get moksha. So he says, Muni, Pakshi, Mruga, Kitadi, Mukti Pada, Karini, Devi, Namo Namah. So Muni, Pakshi, Mruga, Kita, Adi. So all the creatures that is born in the world, they are eligible for that. And again, he addresses many things to the mind, because mind is most important to anybody. Manayeva karanam bandha mokshayoho. See, either bandha or moksha, manas is karanam. And therefore, he is trying to appeal to the mind that it should always devote itself to Paramatma, because the mind is always looking after Maya Maya Hruttapam. It is all, whatever tapam, it is all done in the mind is called Maya Mayam. So Sanskrit scholars will be able to explain that. That is, Maya is completely filled with Maya, means not true. Something like the child in the cradle crying. If you give what the child wants, instantaneously the child stops crying. But that instantaneous control of the cry or happiness is not as we grow into adults. And moreover, this Paramatma or Shiva or God, he is trying to describe. We don't know about the gods, how they behave, what are the characteristics, what is their mahima. And so Dikshitar is trying to educate to tell you Vikalpa Roga Vaidya, Vedartha, Vedantartha Vedya, Vikalpa Roga Vaidya, Nadamrita Supadya, Navachakradharana Chakravarti, and Dahara Vidya Pradayaka. When you take down, when you strict to understand, each word itself is a great meaning and significance and importance. For example, when you say that Vikalpa Roga Vaidya means even cancer, diabetics, tuberculosis, all these deadly Vishajwaras, as Shankaracharya puts it, Garuda trying to remove the Visha. Similarly, even Ammavaru will be Vikalpa Roga, Sankalpa, Vikalpa. Vikalpa I can understand, asymptomatic diseases. If you have some symptoms, you can diagnose and work. Any doctor will be happy. But diagnosing the complaint itself is a doctor's big job. If a diagnosis is correct, any doctor can come forward. We are sitting on, our doctor is sitting here before that Gopi Chand, and so many doctors are. Even yesterday we had one neurologist, and today we are getting some more doctors to talk. But I just say Vikalpa Roga also. And how can we get rid of all that? Nada Amruta Supadya. When we are, Aparna, please stop me when, when it is time. So I mean, another 2-3 minutes, because when we touch Dikshitar, he is a ocean. When we touch Tyagaraja, he is a ocean. Even Sama Shastri, though the number of kritis that each one of them have done, he is always at variance. Tyagaraja did more than 600, and our Dikshitar around 300. Even Sama Shastri even less. But even students picking up also that. But I want to understand Nada Amruta Supadya. See, Nada is Amruta, is Supadya, and again Sakalagama Mantra Saragneya. So we have got Agama. Yesterday we had talk on Dingalalli about the Agama, and our Raghava has appreciated Agamas are very important. So Sakala Agamas, we don't know how many Agamas are there. And again, one more thing is, you look at the expression Vikalebara Kaivalya Danam. See, Vikalebara means again we don't want to get body at all. That's what in Bhagavad Gita, in Bhagavatam, Uddhava asks Krishna, Aya Krishna, if you give me body, it's a work for you and for me. Don't give me body at all again. Give me once and for all. What body I have got is enough. So the Sarira Rahitya or Kaleva Rahitya is the ultimate moksha, because mokshamu kalada andre, is there moksham? There are 3-4 layers of moksham. Sarupya, Sayujya, Samipya, and all these things. But we don't want all those divisions. Ultimately, get into that. And again,
Sir, respected Professor Prabhakar, sir,
yeah,
we are running out of time, and
yeah,
we
I
we
wanted
definitely
your signal. I'm stopping. So like that, the Deekshitar, if you sit before his state and keep his book before our desk, I have kept it, and we can go on. But anyway, I want to impress on us that Sangeetam and Sahityam both are Saraswatyaha Stanadvayam, Dhatu, Matu. So people are musicians and all people are worried about the Dhatu, but academicians are like are sitting for the Dhatu. Then when you combine them together, all the Vagyakaras in the world of music, they are all great teachers and educators and inspirers to get ourselves emancipated. Thank you very much, Aparnaji and all people, because every subject that has been given to the speakers is a very big one, but still we have to control them within stipulated time. And something like All India Radio talks, they never allow you for talk long time, 15 minutes, some subhashitam. So thank you very much. And Sarvam Sri Jagadambarpanamastu Sri Mamuttuswami Dikshitara Ashirvada Asmasu Astu Om Tat Sat.
thank you, sir. And I understand that because the topic is so vast and you have covered a lot. And the topic you have taken for this preamble talk is related to the great three musicians. And though I was not aware earlier, but with your presentation, I understand how these musicians and their work are related to the philosophical aspect and many other aspects which can be touched in the Vedas or in the Sanskrit text. So thank you for that very enlightening talk. And now moving ahead, we have our keynote address now from Dr. Sindhu Sankarji. She's Naad Ved Adhyayana Kendra student and a researcher from Bangalore, and she will be speaking on folds of creation tending to discipline and spirituality. We welcome you.
Thank you, Panaji. Can I share my screen?
Sure. And before your presentation, that I should mention the time allotted is 15 minutes.
Okay, you see the screen?
Yes, you can put it into a slide mode,
Yeah.
slideshow.
Yeah. So
Yes, now it's fine.
yeah. So good morning and good evening, everyone. So the topic of my presentation is folds of creation tending to discipline and spirituality. So creation has always been associated as an essential part of man's existential identity, which reveals an innate diversity in his folds. It presents a complex, multi-dimensional heterogeneity in its manifestation. So creation folds are associated with the dynamic unfolding of cosmic realities with multiple realms of existence emanating from a singular undivided source. So as indicated by the multiple perspectives of Vedic thought, that forged an integral link with spiritual disciplines and practices within the Vedic tradition. So, Rita, the principle of natural law and order governs the universe, is closely allied to dharma and karma in man's life, encompassing moral, ethical, and societal order. So the Vedic cosmology perceives creation as arising from the ultimate reality, the Brahman, the unmanifest and infinite field of pure consciousness, where each cycle was remarkable for the physical, mental, spiritual aspects. From subtle to gross, the creation process is in successive folds or emanations with pure consciousness condensing to layers of energy, matter, and individuality. So the creation folds are indicated by various aspects of the universe are the Parabrahman, the primal consciousness as the first fold, the Prakriti and Purusha as the pure witnessing consciousness, the Pancha Mahabhutas, the manifestation of five fundamental elements from subtlest Akasha to the grossest Prithvi. The Vedas emphasize man as the microcosmic aspect of the macrocosmic universe, mirroring the same folds of consciousness as seen in the Panchakoshas. So the cosmic principles, which along with man's human experience, makes him an essential conduit for interacting and understanding the nuances of creation. So creation is thus a dynamic interplay of consciousness where the universe extends beyond physical reality to manifest deeper layers of interconnected consciousness or pure awareness or the Chit. The Vedic thought of spirituality was deeply attuned to concept of cosmic principle of ordered truth and laws to understand the world, pursue the ultimate divine reality. The folds of creation are ever in dynamic fluctuation by karma of the beings and divine will of the gods. Comprehending this divine knowledge of the realms and the interplay offer deep insights and knowledge into our nature of existence and the ultimate purpose of life. So creation is both cosmological and metaphysical, with a deep connection between man and the universe. The role of humanity is to recognize the unity of creation and the ultimate reality through knowledge, jnana, thus effectuating a profound intuitive self-realization of one's true nature as the Atman that is nothing but truly the Brahman. Such a metaphysical framework aligns man with progressing unfolding of consciousness or awareness, leading to the spiritual journey, unfolding its deepest potentiality and merging into the ultimate infinite consciousness. So the dynamism of the creation is inferred to concepts such as loka, guna, for understanding the universe, the human existence, and constantly changing interactions between them. So the gunas represent the three fundamental qualities of the entire universe and all its being. So we have the sattva as the purity, maintaining the harmony, the rajas, maintaining the change and transformation, and the tamoguna, manifesting in universe as decay and destruction. So the diverse combination of guna in man shape their unique personalities, behaviors, tendencies that bind the soul through endless samsara. In man, the mind is the field where the guna manifests and interacts, imparting balance and determining an individual's reality experience. So the lokas are distinguished as fields or realms of existence which represent different layers of consciousness, each with its principles and its own deities. So we have the bhuloka. So the bhuloka, the physical realm, is viewed where there is maya and human beings and material world which abides to the laws of time, space and materialism. But it is also viewed as a space for growth of spiritual knowledge and experiences tending towards liberation. Then we have the subtle realm, the realm of the mind, which transcends the layer of mind to reach a higher state of awareness, forming the basis of many philosophical quests. And then we have the higher causal realm, which is the ultimate spiritual dimension, transcending the lower physical and mental planes. The lokas metaphysically represented different levels of consciousness in man, moving from gross consciousness through mental consciousness to the spiritual consciousness. Then we have a lot of divine beings coming out of the creation force for cosmic sustenance, balance, and its balance. So we have Brahma as the creator, and Vishnu as the preserver, and Shiva, whose role is dissolution of the creation and is the ultimate source of liberation. And there are the devas or the celestial beings for a specific purpose of maintaining cyclical patterns of the creation, such as Indra, Agni, Surya, Varuna and Vayu. So these also have a lot of metaphysical connotations for man. For example, Vayu, the god of wind, as a life force prana. By mastering breath, man can control physical and mental states of spiritual awakening. Then the Adi Shakti, the divine feminine energy, the force behind the universe's creation, preservation, destruction, the Saptarishi, the Manu, the first archetypal man, the Lokapalas for 8 cardinal directions, the enlightened seers, the rishis, the siddhas, across the timeline to serve humanity with the divine power, providing guidance on various disciplines and spirituality for a better society with peace and harmony. So the divine seers or rishis play a crucial role in guiding humanity on the path of spiritual growth. They help man perceive and understand the place in the universe, their relationship with the divine and its interconnectedness. The seers have embraced the pluralism of the creation in its full glory, wherein the mystical insights and keen perceptions have over time built an inclusive edifice of teachings as stepping stone for reinforcing and reuniting the spiritual essence in man. Of all the disciplines offered by seers, perhaps the most potent is the role of self-effort in spirituality through the pursuit of jnanam, of the ultimate reality. So all the seers firmly teach that for all seekers of truth, only Mother Nature is the guiding principle who by invoking our help can guide us from ignorance to the right way of life based on experiential observation of creation and understanding its subtler nuances. They offer us infinite possibility through their teachings when practically implemented can guide and regulate our conduct. The knowledge considered the highest by rishis was Brahma Vidya, the knowledge of reality obtained through supramental experiences. The teachings are immortal for humanity and primarily experiential. And they also provide guidance towards ethical living and prepare us for ultimate goal of self-realization and moksha. So Jnanam is a central theme of creation in Vedas, where the creation is viewed as manifestation of divine knowledge rather than a material phenomenon. The Vedic mind is perceived to have the same purpose of searching for identity as the desire in cosmos for manifestation, turning more introspective. The Rig Veda declares creation as Sat, coming out of the Asat. So the Purusha Suktam of Rig Veda reflected the earlier Vedic thought that described the creation folds in a ritualistic manner. The cosmic creation is through the grand cosmic sacrifice, a singular cosmic force, the Purusha. The hymns emphasize the interconnectedness of existence, propounding the perceptive insights of Rishi Narayana, who narrowed the multiplicity of the creation to an integral oneness, wholly embodied by the cosmic Purusha, beholden as one being or Ekam Sat. Man is an integral part of the creation and has a significant role in sustaining the cosmic order. The Devi Suktam of Rig Veda is one of the earliest evidential spiritual guidance by Rishi Vakambrini, proclaiming Devi as a supreme consciousness, pervading every aspect of the creation. The outpourings of the Rishi are in first person, where Devi reveals and declares Vak as the universal feminine principle, calling herself the force behind the physical and spiritual manifestation of all beings. The unfolding of creation is systematically depicted from the subtle to the gross, with Devi as a singular primordial force of creation, sustenance, and dissolution. The hymns celebrate man, who is a part of the creation, as empowered and sustained by Devi. Thus, it is one of the earliest teachings that propounded a holistic interconnectedness of man's existence as a microscopic aspect of the macrocosmic universe. The Upanishads, the idea of primordial unity of man and universe seen in Rig Veda is propounded as the non-dual quality of Atman and Brahman. The Atman is perceived as a pure subject of experience, detached from objects of consciousness, changeless, and completely independent of any physical and mental states. The final aim of Upanishad teaching is to kindle the awareness of self-realization in the seeker that leads to find ultimate truth and reality. So the timeless teachings of Rishi Yajnavalkya, the renowned seer in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, is a treatise on Atman that is non-different from the reality, ultimate reality, and path to the realization of the self. He delineates the hierarchy of unfolding of creation as various realms of existence governed by the principle of consciousness. He declared, Idam Brahma, Idam Shatram, Ime Loke, Ime Deva, Imani Bhutani, Idam Sarvam, Yat Ayam Atma. This source of knowledge, this source of power, all these worlds, all these gods, all these beings, all this is just the self. All the 14 worlds of creation are only the self, a very subjectivity of the universality. The self cannot be specialized and cannot be defined as all-pervading. The explanation of Antaryamin is a highly revealing wisdom of the seer that declares that the ultimate divine reality, Brahman, is the inner controller of self in all beings. It is the inner governing principle that guides all universal phenomena, including our thoughts and actions. Thus, Antaryamin, the immanent reality, is Atman, or the infinite consciousness. The Taittiriya Upanishad describes the cosmic realms in creation as reflected in Panchakoshas, the 5 sheets of experience in an individual, and the concept of understanding one true self as Atman, the complex unfolding of creation from the unmanifested to the manifest requires wisdom to comprehend and discern its application in one's life. Understanding the creation process is intimately connected to medha or wisdom, as this is a supreme faculty in man that aids in understanding the profound truths of the universe. In Shikshavali, a prayer is recommended to the seekers by the teacher. Medhaya Pitaya Shrutam Me Gopaya, primarily an appeal for acquiring sharp intellect vigor. The Medha Shakti as the ability to receive, grasp, and retain Grahana Dharana Shakti of the profound knowledge, the Atmanyanam or the Brahmanyanam. It is required for logical thinking and reasoning as a part of the cognitive process. The refined aspect of intellect thus forms an essential prerequisite for spiritual practices, improving perception and understanding and equipping an individual for overcoming ignorance and gaining competence to realize the essential nature of self, the Atman and the Brahman. The experiential knowledge through Panchakosha is detailed with sage Bhrigu under the guidance of his father Varuna. The Advaita Vedanta is based on non-duality, was propounded by famous Rishi Shankaracharya, who firmly established that Atman is identical to Brahman. The universe exists as a lower level of ambiguous reality, with Brahman at its root as the only reality that truly exists. Here's man's eternal quest in its spiritual connotations is again answered through Aham Brahmasmi. I am Brahman. Brahman is a substratum of the world. Our consciousness is objective and subjective. It is the fundamental reality underlying all our experiences. Shankaracharya, in his philosophy Advaita Vedanta, recommends cultivating the fourfold qualifications as essential prerequisites for mental preparedness before embarking on the quest for Atmanyanam. Viveka, Vairagya, Samadhi, Shakta, Sampatti, and Mumukshutva, they aid in quietening the mind and conserving its vitality, providing the readiness for spiritual growth. The seeker increases his true understanding of the transitory nature of life, strengthening his motivation for self-inquiry. The Bhagavad Gita, in Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna propounds steadfastness in self-knowledge, Atmanyanam, and encourage constantly dwelling in it, Nityatvam. Atmanyanam and its Nityatvam plays an essential role in path to self-realization and liberation. Nityatvam is eternal, constant, unchanging nature of truth, such as spiritual knowledge is unchanging reality. The Atman is eternal. Knowledge of soul is also eternal. At the same time, its Nityatvam emphasizes the eternal nature of spiritual knowledge as unchanging, not limited to time and space. Adhyatmanyanam and its Nityatvam are closely connected to yoga, which forms the foundation of more profound spiritual realization. Yoga utilizes the effects of spiritual world and its manifestation for connecting to the absolute truth when one contemplates the knowledge of reality that impels an individual to undertake disciplines that facilitate the spiritual path of self-realization. So we have the Jnana Yoga, path of knowledge, the Bhakti Yoga, surrendering to Supreme Divine, the Karma Yoga as the path of action, performing one's duties and actions selflessly for benefit of others, and the path of Dhyana Yoga, meditation on the self of God that forges the path to control the mind for self-realization. The rishis, the seers, and spiritual texts, recognizing the diversity in man, agree that a seeker can adopt one or more according to their temperament and stages in life. So ultimately, the aim is to transcend ignorance, realize the unity of individual self with the universal consciousness. So now we come to the modern seers down the timeline. The teachings of modern seers such as Vivekananda or Aurobindo have kept the timeless wisdom of the divine seers alive. As the consciousness evolved with the changing times, modern seers offered the relevant contributions to awake modern man to realize his true nature. Swami Vivekananda claimed that all of existence stemmed from Brahman, who is formless, non-dual, and beyond time and space. He recognized that man's inherent nature is divine. He declared, "You are the soul, you are the divinity within." So one of the most significant teachers of Vivekananda to modern spirituality was Karma Yoga, spirituality through service or yoga of selfless action. His famous quote was, "Work is worship," where he expressed that every work done with pure heart is an offering to divine. Sir Aurobindo, as
I
a...
request Dr. Sindhuji to wrap up, please.
Yeah. So, so in Indian contemporary society, we have lost our essential identity. So the unfolding of creation reflects the experience of Satchitananda for man. So the three aspects are gives an understanding of folds of reality in creation. So the Sat is the fundamental essence of all forms. So we can obtain through introspection and practices as a mindfulness and meditation. Chit is a divine awareness or consciousness, and we can get it by yoga and meditation to expand our awareness, can reconnect with creative intelligence. And Ananda is ultimate experience of bliss of the creation fold. And we can get it by practices such as gratitude, spiritual community, and deep meditation. So just like creation unfolds over time, man's spiritual journey also unfolds by integrating the spiritual discipline into daily life, embracing the folds of creation within. It can help us lead our lives more consciously and joyfully in the present moment. Thank you. And I deeply thank Dr. Prabhakar ji for inspiring me to come out for the study and giving me the opportunity to talk on folds of creation with that reference and awareness of creation, man, and his spiritual evolution and progress in life in tandem with the cosmos. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sindhuji. That covers a lot of ideas from Rig Veda to Bhagavad Gita and many philosophical ideas on the creation, and along with the theory of trigunas and lokas. So you have covered most in your keynote speech. So we are very thankful to you that you presented here. And now it's time to move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. NCB Nathji, and he's Professor of Management Studies, Bangalore. And he is going to speak on spiritual education of Yudhishthir's syllabus and methods in Mahabharata. But we got his message that there is a technical issue at his place, so he won't be able to attend. Maybe right now he's not here to present his views, so we can wait for him later. And now I request another speaker of today's session. I now welcome Dr. Balram Singh ji. He's professor, professor and president of Institute of Advanced Sciences, at Dartmouth, USA. He was previously a professor at University of Massachusetts. And also, I'm very happy that I'm working with him in his institute at Dartmouth. And today he's presenting on the Asian system of saints, rishis, acharyas, and shikshakas for modern times. Though he is a biochemist, but he's always busy in talking and reading about philosophers or our ancient sages. So we welcome you, Professor Singh, for your talk.
Sir,
Thank you.
before I just request Balram Singh, just I want to make a comment, because Balram Singh, they say Balarama and Balram. So that's one controversy we had between Aparna. Sir, she corrected your name as Bal. Anyway, and so we had a wonderful paper from Sindhu. She is really a research worker, and she has made almost a survey of so many ideas from in the entire literature. And we have to explore the young talents more and more in this spirituality and all that. So hardly we come across people who are who are just trying to like and conversant and work in this direction. So I found that Sindhu, who has learns Veda and who comes to our classes, but found her to be very much and more. Not only she works in this direction, she is also able to look after the children to correct their deformities, and especially those people who are born with some kind of retardation. So anyway, I see that Sindhu, she has been constantly working number of aspects. I congratulate her, and she has become very much obedient to my request, and she has played a wonderful, and her paper full is available in our Veda Ganga also. She has already presented the paper, but she made some slides for the general understanding, and it will be known to many more people, but until the Veda Ganga comes into it. So congratulations and thank you, Sindhu.
Thank
You
you
have done a
for
wonderful
giving
job.
me this opportunity.
Yeah. So, Sir Balram Singh ji.
Sir, adding to your this one, Professor Balram Singh ji is also Balram Singh ji.
Always
Because
saying
that
Balasubramanian.
Balarama has got that incredible activity and actions, so which Professor I see in Professor Balram Singh ji. Thank you, Balram Singh ji.
Thank you very much. In America, there was a guy who called me Balram also once. So, so it's okay. It's okay. Whatever name somebody calls, as long as I know it's me, I'll try to do something about it. No, it is a wonderful opportunity, and I do want to also appreciate Dr. Sindhu Shankar. I mean, her name, you're talking about the name, her name is Sindhu. You know, it's like ocean of everything. And it's like a Shankar's Tando energy that she brought in, you know, it's fantastic. It'll be interesting to have some conversation with her sometimes. I do have some ideas about I've written a few things about, you know, creation and how we should see and what science looks at it, and what you call it, Brahman and other things. So yeah, it'll be very fascinating. But I want to limit to my time, which is Aparna, is what,
Around
15 minutes?
20 minutes, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Because
I was
before you, one speaker is not there, so we can manage
so
some
I
time.
can take his time also. That's what you're saying.
Just 5 minutes.
Yeah, grab it.
Balram's one of the things that I love is that it is a avatar of Sesnag, which is 95.5% of the energy, which is called dark energy. So I can come up with anything almost, and I come up with ignorance, because dark is ignorance. So I can come up with, I bring a lot of stuff from the ignorance. So, for example, my presentation is listed as a paper 2. And so my my identity is really a paper, not me. So that is a tradition that I know the people in Sanskrit and philosophy do. They write a paper, which means they read it after that. Most of the time they read it, which is okay. I mean, read to remind is good, but read to only read and forget about everything else is really not very good at all. Actually, that is probably the part of the problem. We are in big trouble because there are a lot of people who can read and recite. I recite also is a good idea. Music is very good idea. But only read and recite without realizing is a terrible problem. So I mean, we are talking about today's topic is saints, spiritualists, and religionists now and before. So we have to really think about whether these people, what kind of status they were there. And then only you can read, you can write, you can recite, you can sing, whatever. But not before that. What happens today is, I've seen, and Aparna knows it very well, that I have a couple of institutions and I've worked with many institutions. Some of them you can just see here. That I'm associated, including schools and colleges and other things. And I find that people have only just all they do is read. And then they are very happy, and they get very annoyed if you tell them that, what does that mean? Well, they say, I already quoted it, whatever. So that's one of the big problem I think Dr. Sindhu Shankar should also think about. But I'm going to just talk about some basic ideas here. Let me see. I hope I can move. Yeah. So the societies has laws that create some kind of laws are created due to no, I messed up. Sorry. I think my slide is not moving, right? Yeah, I messed it up. Let's see, where are we? Okay, there. Yeah. So laws are created due to the failure of ethics. And democracy is the consequence of moral failures. When people don't have moral success, or not, then they are not living morally, then the democracy is created to somehow elect somebody who is somehow going to be on average better than anybody else. And politicians are consequence of bad education. They do not have very good education, so they become politicians. Most of the time, that's actually even true. So here is something about ethics. In Sanskrit, the ethics is naitikta, naiti. Naiti means continuously try to find, if you're talking about Dr. Sindhu Shankar, he sees an ocean, says there is no end to it, you keep finding it. Morals are sadachar, that means, you can you can follow it, you can in your behavior anytime and all the time. Education is the key. The siksha is the word that is normally used for education, that comes from Sikh. Both sikshak and sisya both go to, they come from the same, which means learning is the nature of both the teacher and the student. And unless we have that idea, it is very difficult. So I am from science, so I do bring in some ideas just to impress people, and otherwise they know that I don't know much. Science of ethics. There is actually Stroop test done. It's a psychological test. Those people who have racial discrimination, their brain doesn't work. There are hormones which are released for certain types of your behavior, ethical behavior, the cortisol, and people are very smart who have cortisol, and so they know how to cheat if you have enough cortisol. Oxytocin is that of service. You're very honest and very sincere. Ethics of science, detached, practice, realization, communication. That science is always detached. You have to practice it. You have to realize it. So that is an ethics of science. You can create in a scientific way. I'm not going to go into details, but there is a research done on the brain, moral beliefs of God and self, and they have found that anywhere, everywhere, I mean, Dr. Sindhu Shankar was just talking about Aham Brahmasmi, that is done by from the scientific perspective, that you can show that Aham Brahmasmi. They have actually shown this again. Because of lack of time, I would not be going into detail because my topic is something else here. So education, because all these saints and sages, and my topic is that of the rishis and acharyas and shikshaks and all that. How can we use them for today's world? So here is a teacher. Teacher is very different than shikshak, because shikshak is also learning at the same time. So it's more like an acharya. Guru is somebody who has understood so much aspects of it, and then can also understand the disciple or the person who is trying to learn. So that can make sense to me based on my chemistry or whatever I know, rather than just, somebody just recites Sanskrit words and I don't have any clue. And I just say, okay, well, whatever you say, that's correct. Place of learning is very important, whether you learn in a school or in a nature, which is very important. University ranking in modern time is based on how much library you have, what is teacher-student ratio, how many publications your institution brings out, and how well you are known to others. On the other hand, when we talking about Vedic system, these are the knowledge holders and creators are very important, not readers. And who are those? Saints, rishis, munis. And the saint word sant comes from shant, somebody who is quiet, and under all the conditions. Sammat means also you have equanimity. And rishi means, yesterday Sampadanand Misraji said this comes ris, and he said something about se pravahit hota hai, it just flows, the truth flows out of it. It's really true. But I have my own way of doing this. It comes from ris, this ka arth darshan shakti. Ris means, rit, I think Dr. Shankar was talking about, Sindhu Shankar was talking about. Ri means the truth, just like rit. And sa in this one means to see. Whenever you can see the truth, satya ka dikhna is a rishi. So rishi bhav is very different, that they have seen it. They are not philosopher, they are darshanik. And they are very equanimous. They can be very quiet, you can talk the whole day, because they understand it. They are not quiet, not because of anything else, not because they are drunk or something. Although some of the sadhus these days, they take ganja and bhang and they think that is helpful to them, but that's the wrong one. Now, Vedic system, knowledge in Akash element and learning with nature, because the Akash element is the one which creates everything, and experiential learning is extremely important. So when you unite with the universe, this is where the Brahmand, you meet, and then Dr. Sindhu Shankar was just talking quite a bit about it. So you become the Mrityorma Amritam Game. Dr. Prabhakar have been talking about, that we want to be beyond the body. You want to reach a very different kind of a status. So those are the goals, not trying to get a degree and get a job, which is where the problem is. The two people who have talked about in modern time about education is Thomas Jefferson. About America, he is talking about that people should learn, read and write, because not because they have to have the knowledge, because so that they can follow the instructions. Because this is democracy, which is why I'm saying democracy is that of really when you don't have the morals left, then you find democracy and then choose somebody. And they have to tell you certain things. You have to learn to read it and then follow it. It's just like making really fools. On the other hand, Adolf Huxley, Mahatma Gandhi is quoting here, that man I think has had a liberal education, who has been so trained in the youth that his body is the ready servant of his will and does with ease and pleasure all the work that as a mechanism it is capable of. It means you express your full self. There was some discussion about Sri Aurobindo even today. I think Dr. Sindhu Shankar skipped, but he talked about शिक्षा का प्रमुख लक्ष्य विकासशील आत्मा के सर्वांगीण विकास में सहायक होना, उसे उच्च आदर्शों के प्रयोग हेतु सक्षम बनाना है. मीन्स यू हैव योर सोल हैज टू राइज. आत्मा का ऑल थ्रू इट हैज टू बी इवॉल्विंग. वास्तविक शिक्षण का प्रथम सिद्धांत है कि कुछ भी पढ़ाना संभव नहीं. दैट मीन्स यू कैन नॉट टीच somebody. Somebody cannot just read and understand. You really have to go through the process. I'm sorry I have this in Hindi, and hopefully that's not a big deal, big problem, but I'm just trying to speak in English. And then a teacher or shikshak, prashikshak nahi, wo to sahay. The teacher is only helpful to realize the person has to practice themselves. And so just by making them read and remember is not going to actually, is going to create more problem. The same way Mahatma Gandhi has said, again, I'm just going to just summarize it because it's in Hindi and some of us may not be understanding this. But Gandhi is basically saying this: the education is not just to get a living. Living is just part of it. You have to be self-reliant based on your knowledge and then make a living. Not just, you get a certificate and go get a job and then you become somebody's slave. You have to be complete. Your evolution, you have to develop completely your naitik, which means moral, and character has to be completely developing on your own. And then you have to get the mukti, which is what savidyaya vimuktaye. When you get that knowledge, then you are free. You under whatever conditions, whatever you're doing. That is what I think you need to be. Gandhiji also talked about various ways to go about it. Shiksha ka madhyam, matribhasha, it's the mother tongue. There should not be any fee. If the teacher takes a fee, then teacher shows that I don't have my own self-reliance. And I think you're teaching right now, right then, a very bad thing. Teacher cannot take money. Teacher has to demonstrate that I can create all the resources I need, and because I want to educate people. It's just same way. Children, we produce children, we don't ask them to pay fee because, I produced you and I'm taking care of you. You should be paying me the fee. That's not how it works. So it should not be for education also. Now, Gurukulam system from Vedic time to today, there is still Gurukulam system. Aisa Baba Ramdev's, thousands of kids in his Gurukulam, using modern technologies and other things. But, still the only my concern was that they still are just trying to memorize a lot of stuff. I mean, memorization is important, but doing something more than memorization is a critical. Now, what has happened is because of the Gurukulam, whatever the system we had, one-on-one education, that kind of got screwed up with the books. In 1440 when the book revolution came, and now of course you have Google revolution, you have AI revolution. So there's a lot of challenge how to communicate, how to make people realize rather than they just pretend to be realizing, and that is the biggest problem, and that's where the teacher role comes very heavily. So what we have right now, university literally does not mean universal. It does mean universal also, but it's not how it was formed. It means body corporate. It's a corporation that was made. I said liberal meaning universal knowledge also, but then college also group of partners. College means literally group of partners. Knowledge economy, trade union of professors and masters, etc. is supposed to be the college. This is not Indian system. Indian system is Gurukul. Here you have the university now in India also, deemed universities, institute, college, school, center, department, program, and including I have that Aparna and we are working together on some. We have visitor, president, chancellor, vice chancellor, provost, rector, dean, chairman, director. These are all, none of these are Indian system at all. The chancellor is vice chancellor, provost, rector, dean. These are all church terms. Actually, provost means jailer. Dean means somebody who beach bachao karta hai. He keeps people away from each other. The teachers or the priests, whatever they preach, and the public, if somebody gets mad, then Dean is supposed to be doing the negotiation between them so that there is no fight. That's the kind of thing that they are bringing. It's a very different kind of culture. They're managing things rather than realizing things. That's very different. So the value of Rishi, Sant, Munis, Acharyas, Gurus, all these things are very, very different. They're supposed to be. Now, this is managed board of trustees, board of governors. Just imagine this, trustees, governors, advisors, committee, council, all these things are created to manage things so that, people, when they make mistake, you can catch them rather than somebody discovers something great and you learn from them. That's not the system. I've been almost from board of trustees to board of governors, board of advisors. I've been in almost every committee, even in the university, and I see what they do. This is very different. There is really no level of trust, no matter what they call it. Actually, I even was in was invited to board of trustees even when I was in JNU as a student. So student, employee, faculty, public, political, business, government, management, all this paraphernalia has been created so that you can manage education, learning, not the saintly things, not the rishi that you really admire. And there are ways to use that system, that ancient Indian system. So yeah, here I think I already talked about the universitas. But here is kul. Kul means total, large group. You involve everybody. Even in if you really take it Arabic etymology, that also means total. And but on the other hand, the universities and colleges that have been created, they were created by the church system or the mosque system. It will be equivalent to what will be like Gurukulas were created by certain schools of thoughts. But the system is very different. Like I said, they are managing people rather than enlightening people. And so that is very different. Unless you have sages, unless you have saints, unless you have rishis and acharyas and gurus, you will not be able to do that. They don't, in this system, they don't need any of this. They're people of the book. They read a book. They already call people of the book. And so everything is based on the book. Actually, the first time the education started in Norway, and everybody was required to pass the book of religion to get married. Otherwise, they would not get married. So it was forced for marriage that you have to pass the book of the religion. So you have to memorize those things. And unfortunately, we also do similar thing. I have been to University of Bologna, where the original idea was that the faculty should have freedom. They should be able to go wherever they want to go and do whatever they want to do. That's why they formed some of these academic freedom thing. But as you can see, like I said, the whole paraphernalia has stopped. Aparna, how many minutes I have now?
Sir, 2-3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So Nalanda is one of the universities, and it's called university, unfortunately. So I would not go into details telling why they don't call it Bihar or Gurukul. But it has been there for a very long time. But that just shows our own parochial thinking or inferiority feeling. Even though there were 7 universities, 7 countries actually paid money to Nalanda to make it like international institution, but they have not been able to make it. The last couple of points I just wanted to say that in Yajurved Sakha, they have talked quite a bit about Sikshavalli, how you go about the education, and Tittir is a term that is used for sadhak who does gyan, karma, upasana. That is called that's where the Taittiriya Upanishad comes from. I'm not going to go into very much detail. You probably all know a lot more than I do. But Sikshavalli has certain features which I wanted to talk about that. In the third Anuvak, they talk about so Purv Roop is Guru, Uttar Roop is Sisya, and Vidya is Sandhi. So Vidya is knowledge is the one combines the Guru and the Sisya. It's very important to have. Just like Mata Pita, Santan is the Sandhi between mother and father. So it's very deep. And the same thing is about in 11th, and Vagya talked about Sad. I mean, there is a morality. You have to do Sad Acharan. Satyam Bad Dharmam Char. Swadhyayan Yanma Pramada. Don't do the laziness. You have to, these are the kind of thing that is being taught. Matri Devo Bho, Pitra Devo Bho, Acharya Devo Bho, Atiti Devo Bho. This is taught for a student to be able to learn. Matri Devo, Pitra Devo is very important, not just only Acharya. So I'm just going to speak lastly a little bit about the Matri Devo Bho, Pitra Devo Bho. The Mata is very important. And it has been said in Manusmriti, Yatri Naryasya Pujante Ramante Tatra Devata. So it is important that not just because every woman has to be worshipped, but every woman should be worshipable. They should reach that label that they are worshipped. Then only the things will come out, and which means they have really have to work very hard. But the one I really wanted to say is that Upadhyayan Dasacharyam, the Acharyanat Ram Satam Pita Sahastram to Pitrin Mata Gauraven it richate. It means a mother is about 1,000,000 times more important than a teacher. And she should be, not just like, no, I got to have a babysitter and this and that. And it's not like that. You really, when the society rises like that, then only a knowledge can come and the young generations can make progress. So mother is the first guru, is the foundation. She introduces the father. Father is the next guru, expansion of the horizon, introduces Acharya. And Acharya is the final guru, the ultimate knowledge, introduces the Brahm. And the Brahm is the goal of our lives. Aham Brahmasmi. When you reach that, you don't need to get body anymore. And all these everything else, language, mathematics, astronomy, surgery, and all that is just a means to get there. But you have to be in that category. This is my last slide. Aparna knows that. We have a school in the village whose school's name is Kurvom, and this Omans, I think it was the name suggested by Aparna. For the magazine that comes out there, and there I recently wrote an article on it. The schools are to complement and extend education that begins at home. So unless you begin at home and unless the child gets that kind of sanskara, there is no way we can get this education system. And for that, I think saints and sages and the gurus and teachers are very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Singh, sir. And firstly, this Amansh name is not given by me. One of our colleague from our Institute of Advanced Sciences, Miss Anuja Sinha ji, has given this name. And also my other colleagues, Dr. Alok and Dr. Shipra ji is also there, who have joined for your talk. And we are thankful to them and welcome them also. And before I can give any comment, I think I should invite Professor Prabhakar sir for the comment so that time should save. Professor Prabhakar sir. Sir, you're muted.
I can hear it.
After having heard the speech inspiring by Balram Singh, everybody wants to comment and add and appreciate and congratulate. And now he is, of course, international, quite often comes to India, goes other places, other countries and all that. So whenever I happen to send message, I'm not in this place, I'm here. Anyway, so this is exactly what the teacher has to build up a curricula, give free education, get funds from some others, and others will be very much ready to support. And that's how the Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra has been going on, sir, for your kind information. I never take any money, but only when the activity comes up, we just request interested people to just do. And our Vedaganga volumes 30th now we have seen yesterday, and again you will display. And on an average 300 pages. So you see that so many scholars have contributed or shared their knowledge and shared many things. And therefore, only there should be a leader, a teacher, and a guide, a Sanmarga Lokana. And in that spree, I think Balram Singh ji is doing a lot of work. Whenever people meet, they also will become happy and lively because of his kind of putting things in a very with a humor and all those things. So, sir, congratulations. Please be
Thank
visiting
you.
this venue now and then, and next year we'll have a good opportunity with you also, so that because these are all the ideas actually, and these chairman, professor, all these things are there, and anadhyayas in our in Bharat system are different from the anadhyayas here, and so on. So I don't want to comment much, but anyway, I'm so happy that you are educating regarding these teachers, how the ancient system is working in the modern ways. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Singh, sir. And now it's time to invite the another speaker. Again, Dr. Kamla Arora ji, I think she's not available here in the...
Kirupa is there.
Ji. But before that, I would like to invite Dr. Raghav ji for his talk. Is that possible, sir?
Okay, as you do.
Ji. So I now request Dr. Raghav S. Bodupalli ji. He's retired scientist from Bangalore, and he though he's a botanical scientist, but again he's very remain interested in Sanskrit text and a lot of Vedic study. Many of his books are there. And today he will be speaking on Ved Ashirvad mantras for human peace, prosperity, and problem solving. We welcome you, Dr. Raghav ji. You are muted.
Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. My pranams to Dr. Prabhakar sir and Professor Balram Singh ji, and to all participants, those who are present here today. And I would like to share my slides. As you all know, that Veda Ashirvachana mantras for human peace and prosperity and problem solving. So the four Vedas, that is Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Sama Veda, and Atharva Veda, with the blessings from Veda Mata, the Gayatri Devi, and which rishis like our Pradhama Guru is Veda Vyasa Maharshi, who coined Vedas traditionally mentioned as Trayi, only three Vedas, because they are composed of three kinds of mantras, the Riks, Yajus, and Samans. So Vedic texts are codified and classified by the great sage, the Vedavyasa Maharshi, with the cooperation from other rishis as wisdom of verses, Rigveda, wisdom of sacrificial formula, Yajurveda. Yesterday, that was a very good presentation on the Yajna by our friend Aparna ji. So without Yajurveda, there is no Yajna. And Sama Veda, the wisdom of chants, which Krishna Paramatma told, among the three Vedas, he likes the Sama Veda and the Atharva and the Atharvana Veda, Atharva Veda, wisdom of Atharvan rishis. So it is very important that what is it in the Rig Veda, the Prathama Veda that was told is the Vedic gods. They praised in the Vedic period, the rishis, they praised the Vedic gods like Agni. Agni Arathana is absolutely important in the Sanatana Dharma. And Varuna, all these Soma, Rudra, all these gods, Vedic gods, were praised with several hymns. And for example, there are about 250 hymns for Indra and about 200 hymns on Agni. Like that, these Vedic gods were praised in the Rig Veda first. And then the rishis, if you go with the Yajurveda, the very important, yesterday she brought out the Satavata Brahmana and the Taittiriya Brahmana, and in the Taittiriya Aranyaka, there is a chapter, the first chapter is the Aruna Prashna, which takes only on the Pratyaksha Narayana, that is the Surya Narayana, that is the Aditya, whom we chant about 133 Anuvakas. Each Anuvaka contains 50 words. So that is all these rishis. And there are Kasyapa, Vasishta, Vaishampayana, Garga, Jamadagni, and all these rishis on both sides of this panel of this slide, those are present. There are more than 29 rishis in Aruna Prashna, and their contributions, which is brought out in the Veda Ganga last year volume of 2023. So, and for example, it is Syavasya, Methatithe, Varshnava. So all these people, these rishis, they played a major role in bringing out this what they have heard through sound, so that they have brought it as Aruna Prashna. So what is a mantra? That is a verse or liturgy. Mananat trayate iti mantraha. It means that by repetition of which you overcome protected, and overcoming or protection from the bondage, troubles, cycles of birth and death, that is called mantra. So mantra makes, which Adi Shankaracharya said, that you need not born again. If you chant mantra in a proper way with focus and as Parayana. So the mantras in Vedic texts or in Vedic Sanskrit language, these are impulses or rhythms or vibrations of the consciousness. They permeate into every cell of the human body and allow the mind to dissolve and repose. So a mantra is a combination of transcendental sounds meant to release the mind from the anxieties and material life. For example, the Gayatri mantra, which we do every morning and afternoon and in the evening before sunset, Gayatri is defined as Gayantam Trayate iti Gayatri, which means the one who protects, the one who sings Gayantam is Gayatri. So several of us, we give our daughter's name as Gayatri in our country, in the Sanatana Dharma. So what are the components of a mantra? So every mantra has 6 fundamental components or elements, which is with the rishi, the sage, the name of the rishi who heard that mantra, the chandas, Vedic meter. There are several Vedic meters. There are more than 56 Vedic meters, but the important ones are Gayatri, Trishtuk, Anushtuk, Jagati, Ushnik, Pankti, and Brihati, as revealed in the Veda Samhitas. They have not revealed anywhere other than the Veda Samhitas. So they come with a distinctive time length for each cycle. Then Devata, deity, the presiding deity for each mantra on whom the devotee meditates. And Bija, seed, Hrim, Hraim, Hraum. So all these are Bijas. Bijam is the seed from which the mantra is formed. And the Tattva, that is the element, the basic character of the mantra, soft is Jalatattva, hard is Agni Tattva, because it destroys, Agni destroys. There are some single syllable or one word mantras that encapsulate the seed and are called Bija mantras. Shakti is the power of the mantra. Shakti is nothing but both the forms of male and female. That is Shiva Shakti. So this is the power we obtain from perfecting any mantra. So what are the Veda Asirvachana mantras? Every Veda itself is Paramatma Asirvachana for the human beings to lead a dharmic life. I think yesterday and today everybody is speaking on the dharmic life, which in the Kali Yuga is a difficult process, but we have to take it up for our development and growth. So Veda Asirvachana is powerful, and it is like seeking blessing from the Lord through Veda Pandits. Veda Asirvachana is also known as Veda Parayana. Vedic chant is process chanting or reciting Veda mantras and hymns found in Vedas such as Rig, Yajur, Sama and Atharva Veda. It is not common for such Vedas to be offered to mankind as a divine blessing in the form of Veda Asirvachana. The Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam Tirupati, Tirumala and other temples in India initiated a program with the title Veda Asirvachana as a program for the devotees to bless them at different times of functions. Examples of components of a Veda mantra. Asya Sri Vishnu Sahasranama Stotra Mahamantrasya Sri Vedavyaso Bhagavan Rishihi Anushtup Chandaha Sri Mahavishnu Paramatma Sriman Narayano Devata, which we chant every day in the Sri Vishnu Sahasranamam. You can see who is Rishi, what is Chandas, and who is the Devata. Likewise, Om Ata Surya Tharvangira Samvyakhya Syamaha Brahma Rishihi Gayatri Chandaha Adityo Devata Hamsa Soham Agni Narayana Yuktam Bijam, which comes in the Surya Upanishad. So likewise, the Hamsa Gayatri Mahamantrasya Atma Rishihi Paramatma Devata Avyakta Gayatri Chandaha Hamsa Gayatri Vinyogaha Hamsa Gayatri Stotra, which we will do while doing the Mahanyasa for Parameshwara before Abhisheka. And just I wanted to chant few of the mantras that are there and explain just very little, which is a 32-page one which Professor Prabhakar Garu published in the present Vedaganga of 30. Saptate Agne Samida Sapta Jihva Saptarshaya Saptadhama Priyani Saptahotra Saptadhatva Yajanti Saptayo Nira Pranasva Gritena, which is a very unique mantra for Yajurveda. In both the Yajurveda Samhitas, the Taittiriya Samhita and the Shukla Yajurveda Vajasneya Samhita, this mantra is present. What it says, it is the greatest, just before Purnahuti, when we take 12 times of Ajya, that is cow ghee, into the Sruk, we chant this mantra. So it says, O Agni, you relish 7 samhitas. Saptate Agni Samhita Sapta Jihva. What are they? Ashwatha, Audumbara, Palasa, Asanihata, Shemi, Vaikankata, and Pushkaraparna. And you have 7 tongues: Kali, Karali, Manojava, Sulohita, Sudhurmavarna, Spulingini, and Vishwaruchi. and you have 7 places where the Brahmins will do the yajnas. Garhapatya, they perform, they chant about you. Is the Garhapatya, Ahavaniya, Dakshinagni, Sabhya, Avasatya, all these things. So, and you have 7 priests who perform yajnas, 7 major priests. There are 16 priests who perform yajnas, but 7 priests are very important. Hotra, Prashastra, Brahmana Chasi, Pota, Neshta, Agnidhrudu, Achavakudu. So there are 7 yajnas to worship you. Yesterday she was, our Aparnaji was telling, Agnishtoma, Atyagnishtoma, Vuktyamu, Shodasi, Atiratramu, Aptoratyamu, Vajapeyamu. So these are absolutely very important, and this mantra is very well done in the Purnahuti of any yajna. And what these mantras will give effect on the human mind is that it is a research, not by me, by somebody else. Chanting mantras is an ancient practice that calms our mind, body, and soul. When we chant mantras, our mind releases the positive energy that decreases the negative thoughts and stress. Scientific studies have found that chanting mantras like Om for 10 minutes can decrease the anxiety and depressive symptoms in the human body. Om is one of those mantras that cause vibration in the body, affecting the nervous system. Neuroscientists have seen through experiments that human brains are greatly affected by strong stimuli, whether it is sound, touch, pain, or emotion, and using the technology such as CT and CAT scans, scientists see that certain parts of the brain will light up when affected by these types of stimuli. Who said these bullet points is that the literature is this, that effect of Veda mantras on human mind. You can see the presentations, the Nagendra and Bhatt, they are from Bangalore, from the Sri Vivekananda that institute, and these are the people. Those there are other studies also, but the latest ones are 2019 up to 2019 in the Indian Journal of Psychology. They have published these things. So I would do a little bit of 1 or 2 mantras that that I will chant, and I close this my presentation. अग्नेनय सुपथाराये अस्मान् विश्वानि देववयुनानि विद्वान् युयोध्यस्मज्जुहुराणमेनो भूयिष्ठान्ते नम उक्तिं विधेम. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sri Ramchandra is getting ready to tell about the Bodhayana Maharshi's great compilation of Mahanyasa, which is absolutely important, without which we cannot do any kind of abhisheka in our lives. So such all those mantras which take about 1.5 hours of Mahanyasa chanting, that is all on Agni. We think it is Parameshwara, Shiva. No, not at all. It is all Agni. So Agni is the basis for the Sanatana Dharma. You call him as Parameshwara or Vishnu or whoever. Agni is the major one. Ayushpa Agne Syayurme Pahi Chakshushpa Agne Si Chakshurme Pahi Dhruvasiyam Paridhim Paryathatta Agne Deva Panibhir Viyamanaha Chitram Devanamudagadanekam Chakshurmitrasya Varunasya Apradyava Prithvi Antariksham Surya Atma Jagatastastushascha Gauri Mimaya Salilani Takshati Ekapadi Dvipadi Sa Chatushpadi Ashtapadi Navapadi Babhuvushi Sahasrakshara Parame Vyoman लेकः सुलेकस्तेन आदित्या आद्यञ्जुषाण वियन्तु केतः सकेतः सुकेतस्तेन आदित्या आद्यञ्जुषाण वियन्तु विवस्वागम् अदितिर्देवज्योतिस्तेन आदित्या आद्यञ्जुषाण वियन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. Let me thank Professor Prabhakar ji and also Aparna ji for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. It is not, my name is not there, but still he asked me yesterday to speak and chant few mantras. Thank you very much. I am especially happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raghav sir, and we all thoroughly enjoyed the chanting of recitation of the mantras by you and by way of your presentation also. It covers a lot of description about various mantras which are used in the yagyas and also are helpful in getting a peaceful mind, which is a need of the hour these days. So thank you very much. And now I request Dr. Kiruba Krishnaswamy ji. She is our next speaker and she is Associate Professor from Department of Food Engineering, University of Missouri, Columbia, USA. And she will be speaking on food and spirituality leading to mental discipline and emancipation. We welcome you, Dr. Kiruba ji.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Prabhakar for giving me this opportunity to talk about food and spirituality leading to mental emancipation, mental discipline and emancipation. Give me 1 second. So before I start this talk, I would like to I'm here because of all my gurus. So I would like to thank them. And it's a blessing to talk about this particular topic, which is very close to my heart, and share my perspectives with the learned group that is present here. And to declare the opinions and points of view are expressed in these presentations and the view of the presenter and doesn't necessarily represent the official position of the organization. And so that's my declaration. And to the topic for today's, connecting food and mental discipline in the Taittiriya Upanishad, our Indian, the Sanatana Dharma has wonderful texts connecting food and health. So in the Taittiriya Upanishads, there is a beautiful verse that says, "From food, all beings are born. By food, they are sustained. And into food, they return." The cyclic understanding of food highlights its sanctity and the role in sustaining both the body and the soul. And also, so how beautiful it is. It gives us, our ancient sages had this wisdom of connecting our food system and how the cycle of life is. And in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 17, where the description of food is highly mentioned, where food that promotes life, vitality, strength, health, joy, cheerfulness are dear to those who are in the mode of sattva. The food that is too bitter, sour, salty, pungent, and causes pain, grief, and disease are preferred by those in the mode of passion, of the rajas, and the food that are stale, tasteless, impure, and are loved by those in the mode of ignorance. So this characterization is such a sophistication for understanding how food influences the mental and the spiritual states. And to provide that there are a lot of scientific data is currently presented that the effect of food on the psychological depositions of humans have been recently gaining more importance. And I said, like, because of the food that is interested, the tamas that gives in like dull mind, or it hides the awareness, and most of them could be found like sluggish, lazy, or prone to depression, and so that hinders the self-inquiry about who they are. And the sattva is like the more calm mind, which reveals awareness, and its mind is present, it's wise, it's happy, it's free of desires. And so it could facilitate someone towards self-inquiry. On the other hand, the rajas is an extroverted mind, which there could be a lot of anger and frustration, aggression. And so this also, like, it could motivate someone to accomplish something in the world, but it also hinders self-inquiry. And when we connect with the concepts of the Panchakudas, the ontological basis of these 5-element theory that makes the the universe, we have the earth, that is the dense, heavy, static, and hard. Then goes the water, which is flowing, wet, soft, and dull. Then it's the fire, which is hard and sharp. Then we have the air, that's the rough, dry, it's mobile and light. And the space, so that's the subtle, clear, and expanding. And how these 5 like elements of the earth are connected with doshas is beautifully described in the Vedas as well as in the Ayurveda. So where we could connect these elements to the doshas, or the physiological aspects that are present, and it's summarized by connecting the body and the cosmos. So the body and the cosmos, we're all connected. And the vata is a combination of the space and the air. And the pitta is the combination of the fire and the water. And the kapha, or kapam, is the combination of the water and the earth. And how these are also connected comes to the taste as well. So if we go a little bit deep in like how they have said in the Ayurveda, which is the knowledge of life, like 5,000 years ago, our ancient sages and rishis were able to connect our body, the cosmos, food, and health together. And in one of the Shishta Samhita, it says that one whose dosha, that is that what we discussed, the constitutions are balanced, and whose digestive fire, the Agni, is also balanced, whose bodily tissues, that is the dhatu, and the elimination, that's the mala, the excretion process, are also functioning normally. Those indriyas, that is the pancha indriya, the 5, and the mind, the mana, the self, are filled with bliss. Such a one is called the healthy person, right? So they were able to define who is a healthy person. But in terms of recent scientific discoveries, health is a very subjective topic. Like a clear definition of health itself is subjective to who we are talking to, right? And there are recent researches that are connecting what our ancient sages and like the literature we had with the current scientific understanding. I will share some more information about that. But before we go in, I wanted to connect with food. So we connected first with the ontological basis, the psychological basis, now with the taste. Like the rasas is what is described. The food is classified into 6 major tastes. That's the sweet, sour, salty, pungent, bitter, and astringent, right? And when we have this, the combination of these foods, like we could connect the rasas to the taste. And currently we can see there are like, in our tongue, we have like hundreds and thousands of taste buds. So the food, the sweet, connects with the earth and the water elements of the cosmos, and the sour is the earth and the fire part, fire forms of the cosmos. Then the salty is the water and fire, the pungent is fire and air, bitter is air and space, and astringent is air and earth. And here, this particular thing, most of us would have seen that the taste buds are for the sweet, it's going to be in the periphery, and the sour, it's going to be in the back. The salty is also in the periphery, like of the tongue and the back. But recent studies are saying, but most of these taste buds are distributed throughout our tongue, and every single person has a unique signature of deposition of these taste buds in their in not only the tongue, even back towards like the esophagus area as well, which is quite interesting. And what force or what chemical signals that triggers these neurological sensations are yet to be studied, and we do not have how someone like are able to perceive taste. We still, there's less scientific information on these aspects. And when we, in the Vedas also, there are certain concepts that are connecting seasons, because our taste, our preference, and all, it changes with seasons and different stages of our life as well. Currently, like, I'm talking from the US, it's winter here. So if we have winter, spring, summer, and autumn, then doshas are also applied to the seasons. The late winter and the spring is the kapha phase, which is very slow. Then the summer is more the pitta stage, which is very fiery. And the fall and early winter is the vata state. So that's how, when in the ancient texts, it's written that at certain phases of the season, certain foods are welcomed or are suggested to be consumed during those seasons. Likewise, in a person's, like since this whole nature is cyclic, our stages of life is also quite cyclic. The childhood is a kapha phase where kids are mostly in, sedentary, but when they become an adult, it's more the pitta state where they are very active, and the old age is the vata state where the declination starts. So you can see how nature, humans, food, they're all interconnected. And to connect with this, like, I want to connect with the taste as well before I start sharing some more scientific data here. We're talking about the taste buds, right? So there is a big connection between food and digestion. The way, we serve food in the banana leaf, at least in the southern part of India, where food, like the color of the green is appetizing. It stimulates our digestive enzymes, and the chlorophyll, the phytochemicals present in the leaf, as well, combination of foods also helps in the unique experience. The way the food is being presented also aids in digestion. And another thing, the concept of sustainability. Currently, there's a lot of movement about sustainability, but food was eaten with hands. So hands not only served as your sensors for feel of texture and temperature, but also we didn't have to use a lot of cutleries, and banana leaves was a beautiful decomposing material. So it's not only we as humans took food as a way of life, but we considered nature also part of it, right? So that's a wisdom that has been present in this. And now we are coming back because of all the unsustainable ways of consuming foods, as well as unsustainable ways of food packaging and like plastic waste. So currently, since we are learning a little bit, there are a lot of publications, both in the NIH and wonderful scientific literatures that are exploring Ayurvedic knowledge on food and health and providing some innovative solutions for contemporary healthcare. And so that's a good. We didn't have such systems like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, but at least now we are having these in place, which is very welcoming to form these integrated systems. And like in 2017, the Nobel Prize went to the circadian clock rhythms of that adapts to our physiology and the different phases of a day. So that got the Nobel Prize. But the same concepts were described in the ancient texts in terms of doshas and times. Like in certain times, what are Vata is more in in the mornings, and then the Kapha in the mid phase, and in the afternoons it's more Pitta. So at different phases also, people were able to categorize times and connect with our body. So it's beautiful to see. And also there is a saying to create consistency in routine and time, which has been instilled in the Sanatana Dharma for a very long time, which current scientific data proves that consistency at a period of time gives improves behavior and improves your hormone release, regulates sleep patterns, reduces blood pressure and also the body temperature. So it's great to see connect our ancient wisdom with current scientific findings. And here, if you're interested, this is the circadian rhythm for which the Nobel Prize was given. And there is this article from Nature. If someone is interested, please do look into this. And also the Nobel talk by Dr. Jeffrey Hall, Michael Robash, and Michael Young. So their talk on circadian rhythms is also available online. So please, if someone is interested, I would highly recommend that. And why I am talking about that is because as the start of the 21st century, why I'm interested in this is we have seen a growth in population, right? So as we are growing, there is not enough, around 821 million people are affected by hunger, and more than 2 billion people affected by hidden hunger. So how do we feed people? When we say food and health and everything is connected, how do we feed people when there is no food? Right? And also it's exaggerated by climate crisis. When we're talking about how we have different seasons and 4 different seasons and doshas, and based on those seasons, the cycle, if the cycle itself is disrupted, what is it going to have on the psychological aspects of humans and also the nature around us? So these are big questions. We do not have a big answers yet. And that's why I'm interested in this area of research. But these questions are quite complex. There is no single solution to these. And so in our research lab, so when I had the option to start my research lab, we had 2 questions. On one hand, we had 2 billion people affected by hunger, malnutrition, wasting, stunting, obesity, overweight. On the other hand, we waste around 1.3 billion tons of edible food annually. So that's a lot of food. We have people with our food, and we have 1.3 billion tons of food that's getting wasted. So our question that we ask is, can circular food systems, like circularity as being part of our ancient wisdom, can address these problems? And in our lab, since there is no single bullet to address this big problem, we have 3 areas of research. One is upcycling of food-based food loss, innovative delivery systems, and fortification of foods. And we're interested in mental and child health. The reason is because if the mother is anemic, then the child is most probably anemic. So this is a cycle that creates. And so we want to break the cycle and help people to recover and live a happy life. And as I
Dr.
conclude, I
Kirubaji,
know 1 minute. Yes, I'm going to finish it up. So we need innovations in sustainable food systems aligning with ancient wisdom. And there is a movement about food as medicine that is being like in the US also, this food as medicine concept has started, and there are a lot of conferences happening. So that's a great time for Eastern and Western thoughts to come together to address this. And a big take-home message is we need to protect our ancient knowledge, because first deciphering the codes in the ancient text and have a holistic approach for food and health, and also create awareness about this among youth. So these are some of my reference. I can, and the future is in our hands. Thank you so much. And because food connects us all, and we have only one beautiful earth, and that's the beauty. Thank you so much for your time.
we thank you, Dr. Kirubaji, because your presentation on food, though it was based on earlier, it was based on Asian texts, but it is very scientific, and we learned many new things regarding our own digestive system and other things, and how the world, everyone in the world, everyone is getting affected with this if they have abundance of it, or even if they don't have food. So you have uh, featured both the perspectives here in your presentation, so that was wonderful. And I think now we can have a brief comment from Professor Prabhakar ji. Sir.
Thank you very much, Kiruba. And always you bring awareness to people what they're eating, how they should eat, and why they should eat, etc. So that the eating is the most important. Annam is the word which you use. Annam means ajyata iti annam. Ajyate iti annam is okay, but atticha bhutani, that will not only people eat it, but that food also eats the people. So the second part, the food engineers must take hold of it. So you are active post PhD food engineer, and your PhD in Canada or somewhere, but you must work out. You have been doing it so that people should know. It should not junk food. People are all fond of much of junk food and bring problems, and they become patients for the number of doctors and medical shops and institutions. Anyway, the food awareness, food cleanliness is very much important. Thank you very much. You made a wonderful presentation. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we are moving to our next speaker. Now I would like to welcome and invite Dr. T. Sita Ramalakshmi ji. She's Professor of Music, Director of Veda Kendra Nada Division, as she's a Professor of Music. And she's from Bangalore. And she will be speaking on Gyan, Bhakti, Vigyan, and Vairagya in Saint Tyagraj compositions. We welcome you, Dr. Sita ji. And she is wife of Professor Sir Prabhakar sir. So we welcome you, madam. Yes. And your time for the presentation is about 20 minutes.
Internet connection is not good, and we are not able to hear anything. మేడం ఏం వినపట్టలేదు మీ ఇంటర్నెట్ కనెక్షన్.
ఆడిబుల్ గా లేదండి అసలు.
అవునండి. If she agrees, I think we can get back to her. I'm bringing the next person. Is it okay, Aparnaji?
Yes, sir. That's fine. It will save time. So we have another speaker. Dr. Jayanti ji, are you ready?
Not Jayanti. Is she there?
Dr. Aparna, yes.
No, that is the old one.
So
She's Lakshmi, Dr. Lakshmi and Sri Rajagopalan.
Okay, but the name in the program schedule was
That
there.
is the old one. Sorry about it.
Okay. So
Okay, Sairam, this is Rajagopal.
Okay. Sorry, Dr. Jayanti ji. We welcome you for attending this 30th annual day celebration of Veda Adhyayana Kendra, and thank you for being here. And now I request the next speaker of today's session. Next speaker is Dr. Lakshmi ji and her co-author Shri Rajgopalan ji Venkat Subramaniam. They are from US and they are speaking on Satya Sai, revered spiritual leader. We welcome you, Dr. Rajgopalan ji.
Thank you very much. I offer my salutation at the lotus feet of Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba and to my Guru, Dr. Prabhakar Garu, and all the elders and all the speakers who spoke before me. I offer my salutations to them. This is, I thank Baba for giving this opportunity to talk about the ocean, and I'll try to do it in the given time. And the topic is Satya Sai Baba as a spiritualist. Satya Sai Baba is the second of the Trinity avatar. Like the first one was the Shirdi Sai avatar, who was the Shiva aspect of it, was born in the Patri Grama. And Satya Sai Baba was born in Puttaparthi, and he is a Shiva Shakti Swarupam. And the next avatar, which will be revealed, will be a Shakti avataram. And what is the purpose of this advent? So Swami, in his own words, has said that I have come to light the lamp of love in your hearts, to see that it shines day by day with added luster. I have not come on any mission of publicity for any sect or creed or cause, nor have I come to collect followers for any doctrine. I have come to tell you of this universal unitary faith, this path of love. Believe that all hearts are motivated by the one and the only God, that all names in all languages and all forms man can conceive denote the one and the only God. Cultivate the attitude of oneness between people of all creeds, all countries, and all continents. This is the message of love I bring. And one second, I'm trying to control I'm sorry. And Swami often quotes that Paritranaya Sadhuna Vinashaya Sushridam Dharma Samsthapanarthaya Sambhavam Yuga Yuga. In all the ages of time, when people doesn't follow Dharma, and for the downtrodden, the God manifests himself, takes an avatar, and to protect the weaklings and also to educate the people what is the right path of living. And in this case, Swami, his message was love all. Love is God, God is love. Where there is love, there God is certainly evident. Love more and more people. Love them more and more intensely. Transform the love into service. Transform the service into worship. That is the highest sadhana, spiritual practice. There is no living being without that spark of love. Even a madman loves something or somebody intensely. You must recognize this love as but a reflection of the Prema Swarupa that is your reality, of the God who is residing in your heart. Without the spring of love that bubbles in your heart, you will not be prompted to love at all. Swami always used to refer to his devotees as Prema Swarupalara. In every talk he starts, either he will start with a Divyatma Swarupalara and Prema Swarupalara, just to reinforce the thought that you are born as a human, but and you are a divine being born to have a human experience. So you have the inherent divinity in you, and you have to manifest that in your thought, word, and action. See, Satya Sai Baba teaches that man's basic nature is divine, and the purpose of life is the realization of this divinity. This will occur by leading a moral life, by rendering selfless service to those in need, by engaging in devotional practices, and by developing love, respect, and compassion for all life. As one strives to transform his or her worldly life of self-centered desires and attachments into a higher spiritual life of selflessness and devotion, the foundation is built for receiving God's grace. It is this grace which will reveal our true nature to each of us. He reminds us that mankind is unique among all of God's creations. Human beings are capable of recognizing that they emanate from God. We have the capacity to commune with God by turning inward. Ultimately, it is our destiny to merge with God. Sri Satya Sai Baba teaches us that all religions are the expressions of these same universal principles. Sri Satya Sai Baba does not recommend that we become ascetics and retreat from the world. Instead, he teaches us that the world is our school. The 5 human values, truth, right conduct, peace, love, and non-violence, are our curriculum. And the realization of the unity of godliness in the diversity of creation is our ultimate lesson. Swami always, is very good in giving single liners for easy to remember. Hand in the society and head in the forest, so that we can have ceiling on desires and the vairagya we should have. And what was his mission? Swami's mission: to serve all. Hands that help are holier than lips that pray. Swami did a lot of yagnas, yagas, slokas, bhajans, but he always encouraged serving as a means to salvation. So he says, you can observe me and my activities and note how I adhere to righteousness, moral order, truth, and universal compassion. That is what I desire you to learn from me. My life is my message. So Swami, in his first 30 years, he said, my life is my message. And once the devotees started transforming, his message changed. And later, before he left the mortar coil, he said, your life is my message. So that was certainly, he wanted the information to transformation. That was his emphasis. By a personal example, Sri Satya Sai Baba has inspired and continues to inspire millions of followers throughout the world to the ideal that service to man is service to God. Manava Seva is Madhava Seva. His numerous service projects, be it free hospitals, free schools and colleges, free drinking water supply projects, or free housing projects, or disaster relief operations, all stand testimony to his selfless love and compassion, especially for the needy and less privileged. Today, we heard a lot of people talk about the Gurukulam system. There was a good presentation on that. Satya Sai started a Gurukulam system not only in Prashanti Nilayam, and he also encouraged all the Sai centers around the globe to adopt the villages. And by adopting, he encouraged the sevaks to go there and teach. So that rather than having one brick and mortar should not be a limitation for the number of students, and goodness should be spread across the world. Sri Satya Sai Baba strongly emphasizes selfless service to those in need as the highest means for enhancing one's own spiritual growth and development. He teaches that it is not enough to simply do good works, but of equal importance is one's attitude towards the service activity. The service worker must have an attitude of humility and appreciation for the opportunity to do any service activity. Swami always says, this is Narayana Seva. Narayana Seva, he called it as, thank for the opportunity God has provided and don't have the ego that you are able to provide the service. The opportunity itself is a gift from God. One should not dwell on the good that they are doing or that activity will strengthen one's ego rather than help to reduce it. Sri Satya Sai Baba remains a living presence, an inspiration, a guide, and most of all, a cherished, endearing, and intimately felt divinity in the hearts of millions who knew him. And he has reached not only in India, he has reached about 180 and more countries, and he has devotees all across the globe. And how Satya Sai, what is Satya Sai's view on Nada and Veda? So first I'll talk about the music part of it. Satya Sai Baba had a profound appreciation for music and believed in its power to elevate the soul and bring people closer to the divine. He often emphasized that music is a universal language that transcends barriers of culture, language, and religion. According to him, devotional music in particular has the ability to awaken spiritual awareness and instill a sense of peace and harmony. He encouraged the practice of bhajans, devotional songs, and kirtans as a means to connect with the divine and cultivate inner purity. Satya Sai Baba also supported the creation and propagation of uplifting and values-based musical compositions that promote the principles of truth, right conduct, peace, love, and non-violence. Swami used to write burakathas and conveying the Ramayana, Bhagavata, and all the values to the school students and also the people who are visiting Prashanti Nilayam. And I had the privilege of even Bhakta Ramdas, when and also once Swami's Burakatha was happening and Swami was sitting where Rama is sending Sita to for the Agni Pariksha. Swami literally cried when that was happening because he couldn't tolerate even the thought of sending Sita to the fire. Music was an integral part of his teachings and daily life at Prashanti Nilayam. His ashram in Puttaparthi, where devotional music sessions are held regularly, he believed through music one could experience the presence of the divine and foster a sense of unity and love among people. Messages and Swami's messages on Vedas. Satya Sai Baba established the Goshala at Prashanti Nilayam in 1965. The Goshala was created to provide care for the cows and promote the importance of cow protection in accordance with his teachings on compassion and reverence for all living beings. Satya Sai held the Vedas in high regard and often spoke about their timeless wisdom and spiritual significance. He believed that the Vedas are the recordings of sages to whom the mantras were revealed, and that they proclaim a transcendental truth that is eternal and unchanging. He emphasized that Vedas teach how to achieve purity of heart and rid oneself of impurities. According to him, the ultimate goal of studying the Vedas is to realize the divine presence within oneself and to live a life of truth, righteousness, peace, love, and non-violence. He created an edifice of the Panchatattvas, and there's a pillar in Prashanti Nilayam to remind us the goal of our life. Satya Sai Baba also supported the study and propagation of the Vedas and encouraged people to practice their teachings in daily life. He believed that the Vedas are not just ancient texts, but are relevant and applicable to modern life, guiding individuals towards spiritual growth and self-realization. Satya Sai Baba began promoting Veda chanting and learning in 1961 during the Dasara celebration. In 1962, he established the Veda Pathashala to teach the Vedas. Over the years, he continued to emphasize the importance of Veda chanting and introduced it in schools and colleges. Veda Purusha Sapta Jnana Yajna was started in the year 1962, and it is still continuing during Navaratri in Prashanti Nilayam. Atirudra Mahayajna was performed in Prashanti Nilayam and Chennai. Dr. Raghav Bodapalli's brother, Shekhar Bodapalli, had the opportunity to chant Rudram in front of Swami in 2006, and he has been conducting Atirudra Mahayajna in Croatia, in Memphis, Tennessee, and in Sacramento. And the Atirudram is going on, and very soon we'll be having one in Ujjain in February. So, and Swami has been doing it for Samasta Loka Sukhino Bhavantu. So, these Vedas propagation is not only to purify ourselves and for the welfare of the society. We do it's a loka seva. It's also a form of a seva. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry if I once again give me a minute. I don't know what happened to the. Yeah, I think I don't know whether I still have time to talk or is it
It's about to complete. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, with I really Swami is he Swami dearly every session he spoke he concludes with Prema Mudita Manasako Ho Rama Rama Ram or Sai Bhajani Vina Sukha Shanti Nahi Hai. So so Swami's life was it's a music. It's completely it starts with the music and ends with the music, and also through music. Music is beautiful. Is we can sing when we are alone. We can sing in a group, and we can connect to the source very easily. Thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. If any mistakes have been done, it is my mistake. And anything good came out of this talk, it is Satya Sai's grace and love. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Rajgopalan ji. And my camera is still uploading my image, so it's okay. But you make us aware with the teachings and the beliefs of Shri Satya Sai Baba ji. And I understand that people here in this gathering are very much get familiar with his teachings and the way he passed on his teachings through the way as the base of the from the Vedas only. So we are thankful to you for this wonderful presentation. And now I request our next speaker, to whom I have already invited, and because of the technical issue, the presentation we have to go up to the further presentation. I again request Dr. T. Sita Ramalakshmi ji for her presentation on the Gyan, Bhakti, Vigyan and Viragya in Saint Tyagraj's compositions. So we welcome you, madam.
Namaste. Namaste, everybody. Om Sri Guru Pyo Namaha. Harihi Om. Vyaso Naigamacharchaya Mrudugira Valmiki Janma Muni. Vyaso Naigamacharchaya Mrudugira Valmiki Janma Muni. Vairagya Shukayeva Bhakti Vishaye Prahladayev स्वयं वैराग्य शुक एव भक्तिविषये प्रह्लाद एव स्वयं ब्रह्मा नारद एव च प्रतिमायोस् साहित्य संगीतयो ब्रह्मा नारद एव च प्रतिमायोस् साहित्य संगीतयो यो रामामृतपान निर्जित शैवाः यो रामामृतपान निर्जित शैवाः त्यागराजं भजे त्यागराजं भजे. This is the sloka by Tyagaraja's disciple Valajipet Venkatramana Bhagavatar. With his sloka, he says about the great qualities of his Guru Tyagaraja as a saint and religionist, and also Vairagi and Vijnana, and so on, so forth. He mentioned along with narrating him with Vyasa, Valmiki, Shuka, Prahlada, Narada, and Shiva, finally Tyagaraja. He says in the Vedanta Vishya, Veda Vishya, understanding the Veda and epics, he compared with Vyasa Maharshi, and Valmiki is referred as soft going of the lyrics in the very, very devotional way on Sri Ramachandra as his Ishtadaivata. Vairagya Vishaya Shuka Muni and Bhakti Vishaya Prahlada. He compared nicely the personalities. Narada as for his Sangita Sahitya's ability, and Ramamrutapana Nirjita Shaivaha, understanding the Rama Amrutapanam by Shiva. He mentioned it, Parakasta. Tyagaraja, such a great person, my Guru Tyagaraja, he eulogized through his shloka. Now I go to the topic I mentioned in the conference topic. First of all, our conference topic is nearly to my subject, and I take the opportunity to express Jnana. Jnana Bhakti is separate. Jnana through intelligence, the intelligence through the grace of the God. And Bhakti is devotional, pure devotional. Vairagya is detachment. And Vijnana, science. In Tyagaraja, how he became a scientist, apart from poet, spiritualist, philosopher, and religionist. He directly not criticized the religion. Indirectly, he explains what is the real religion to be understood by the people. He says, and all these examples, one by one, I explain in the short time I given in that illustrations, one by one, nearly. First of all, I mention music is both art and science. Art, in a sense, performing arts, and science is pure science. And all these subjects of curriculum is connected to music. How it would be in one sentence I tell. Mathematics is referred to in music by calculating for the calculations of the frequency values to get the different scales. And physics is connected to understanding the characteristic features of the musical note, pitch, intensity, timbre, etc., etc. So much of physics is used in music for this scale purposes, shruti purposes. And chemistry is mixing up the Shrutis to get the new ragas. I understand the chemistry subject is there. Physiology, how the breath controlness and how the nada should come from nada. Napi hrit kanta rasana sadulayandu shobhillu saptaswara. Napi hrit kanta rasana nasadulaya. Though I'm not feeling well, my voice is also breaking. Excuse me. And now, other subject is of physiology. Physiology is also included in this third, and I told you. And psychology, the characteristics of musical notes giving rise to the understanding the navarasas and psychological aspects of music therapy. Therapy is medical essence of and curing. That therapy is also, medicine is also included in Tyagaraja's compositions. Science is there in the music, in that sense, and that sense of understanding the nada, pati, nada mayam, and nada varieties. Nada is of two types. One is ahatanada, another is anahatanada. Ahatanada is audible to everybody, and everybody can enjoy, and we can share with others. Anahatanada is not only for with great effort of yoga, upasana, etc. We get into the origin, Mooladharaja. He says all these things in compositions. And first, the Nada, Mooladharaja Nada. Mooladharaja Nada Meru Gute Mudamagu Moksha Mura. He says in the composition Swararaga Sudharasa, Mooladharaja Nada, Anahatanada, how to do upasana. Ahatanada is, and such a great nada upasana, nada utpatti, nada, everything is explained. He is a scientist. And here we can see so many compositions. Nada tanu manisham, the nada definition is given by Tyagaraja. Prananala samyogam valna pranavanadamu. Prana, air, and oxygen and fire. The mixture of both the elements put together is nada. Nada is different. Sound is there. All sounds cannot be enjoyable. Nada is a sensitive one, and it is it gives the peacefulness and pleasantfulness to the mind, and also it is considered as a musical note, sensitive musical note can be produced from that. Pranava is Omkara. Pranava is Omkara. Nada, Prana, Anala, Samyoga Valna, Pranavanadamu. Pranavanada is Omkara. The Omkara is giving rise to 7 notes. Here we can understand Veda and Nada. Nada is depending upon, Veda is depend upon Nada. Nada is depend upon Veda. How Veda is dependence to music is to get the scales, right from Rigveda to Samaveda. We start with Ekaswara Gayana, Dviswara Gayana, Triswara Gayana, Chatuswara, light from that Swarantara, Audava, Shadava, Sampurna, up to the Samaveda time, all the 7 notes are existed. So start with Ekaswara Gayana in Rigveda. There he Udatta, Anudatta, Swarata, 3 notes existed. Later on, gradually 4 notes, 5 notes, like that. This scales eminence is from the Veda. So Veda and music, Nada, are interconnected subjects. And Here we see all the subjects, history. History is past of all the points of music is deducted through history. Linguistic is in the lyrics it is written, and all. Why not all subjects are science, and so art subjects are all included in music. Now I come to the my topic is ಜ್ಞಾನ ಭಕ್ತಿ. ಜ್ಞಾನ ಮೊಸಗರಾದ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನ ಮೊಸಗರಾದ. ಜ್ಞಾನ ಮೊಸಗರಾದ, he is asking Rama with bhakti, bhakti based. And next is vairagya, detachment. నిధిచాల సుఖమా రాముని సన్నిధి సేవ సుఖమా నిజముగ బల్కు మనస నిధి చాల సుఖమా. He says Maharajas send wealth to him when he was enjoying poverty in the family, and his family members, brother are all expecting money from Maharajas through his great compositional stock. So, but he was not allowing them to get that one. And if at all the Maharajas send amounts, he was rejecting and saying that Nidhi is waste. Sukhama, Ramani Sannidhi is great. So such a person, Vairagya is. All these points what all given in the topic is mentioned in my full paper. I cannot cover now all the. When come to the devotional aspect, Ni Bhakti Bhagya Sudha, Ni Bhakti Bhagya Sudha, Nidhi de Janmamuni Bhakti Bhagya Sudha. So for social reformance also he made through mentioning to his mind. It is a didactism, not directly to the people, referring to the people. He says all the good behaviors through his saying to his mind. That is called as didactism in his compositions. And poetries, literary beauties we see, Balakanakamaya, Chela, Sugunapanipala, like that, so much of alankaras and literary beauties we see, Antyakshari, so much. And then his he belonged to this age, 1767 to he lived up to 1847. His parents are Rama Brahmam and Sitamma. Rama Brahmam, originally they are from Andhra Pradesh, but they were migrated to Tanjore, Tamil Nadu, by the grace of, by the request of the then Maharaja to Rama Brahmam was giving discourses in Ramayana, and hearing about that, he came to, he invited Rama Brahmam to Maharaja's court and give the discourse on Ramayana. Right from the childhood of Tyagaraja, he cultivated the Rama Bhakti. Mother and father are great devotees of Sri Ramachandra. So like that, he cultivated Rama Bhakti. He started writing on walls, Namo Namo Raghavaya. That is the first composition of Tyagaraja. And such a, please don't disturb me, Maharaghava. He's తీసి పడే
You continue just put it.
And Namo Namo Raghavaya, first composition, he written on walls. Father recognized his talent in composingness, and then he composed a number of sacred compositions, Divyanama, Utsav Sampradaya, and so on and so forth. Prahlada Bhakti Vijayam, Nauka Charitram, Sitarama Vijayam also he had written, but is not, we lost it, that one. And his gurus are first primary gurus, Sunti Venkatramanaya, and father and mother are Bhakti Marga gurus. And then later on, with his great devotion to Sri Ramachandra, Narada, great divine guru, Narada came to him as and gave a grantha, Swararnava grantha, and that is lost, but contents are narrated in his compositions. All these great scientific secrets are narrated by Tyagaraja after getting the Swararnava Grantha. So he is a scientist of fundamental Nada Utpatti. Fundamental Nada Utpatti means Akasha Sambhavo Nada and Nadamayam Idam Jagat. It is there already, foundational Nada. And afterwards, he understood the Nada eminence through Nadotpatti, Nada definition. Nada is only for, not only for sustaining the life of living beings, it is also for Devata's existence also. He says, Nada Tanumanusyam Shankaram, Nada Tanumanusyam Shankaram Namamine. He says, Nada is the body of Paramashiva. And not only Paramashiva, నాదోపాసన చేసే శంకర నారాయణ విధులు వెలసిరి ఓ మనస. నాదోపాసన చేసే శంకర నారాయణ విధులు వెలసిరి ఓ మనస. Nado Pasana. All the Trimurtis also born out of Nada only. And not only that, his Ishtadevata Rama, he says, Nada Sudhara Sambhu Ilanu Narakritaye. Vishnu became the human body, Sri Ramachandra, taking the birth from the Nada. Nada Sudharasam. Nada Sudharasam Ilanuna Narakritaye. He says. And like that, so much of narrations by himself in a scientific manner he mentioned. So like that we can see so much of other aspects of topic, what are like I have covered, devotional, poetic, spiritual, philosophical, and philosophy is Parakasta, and through philosophy we get the Anahatanada, self-realization, Atma Sakshatkara, everything, all, and it is possible. Only the music is the way to get into the birthlessness and self-realization aspect. And other music is Ahatanada is for getting enjoyment, peacefulness, getting out of the diseases. So many aspects are involved. Opportunity is given for me to talk about these topics, but so much of a topic subject is there I cannot cover in this short period. I'm also not well. That's why I can stop my narration with this. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity in this conference. The music subject being my interference in this Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra, and as a important person, I cannot avoid speaking on music now. That's why I accepted. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Sita, madam. That was, though we know that you're not healthy right now because some weather conditions are there, but still you presented your presentation in a very musical way, and we got to know. We heard so many mantras from you, and so thank you for that presentation. Now I request Dr. Prabhakar ji if he wants to make some comment, or even Dr. Raghava ji can do comment if Prabhakar sir is not available right now.
I am very sorry. Though I heard several of Chagra Swami Kritis, but I'm not that keen in telling any important points. But Madam Sitaram Lakshmi brought out very key points of Sri Chagra Swami's life and his keen achievements of moksha sadhana items which will help the human to follow his footsteps. Thank you so much, madam.
Gee, thank you, Dr. Raghav sir. And with these comments, I'm not seeing Professor Prabhakar sir here. Yes, sir, do you want to make any comment?
Hello. Yes.
Ji, sir.
I think Surya Narayana is there. You can just give him some 10-15 minutes and then we'll go
Sure.
to the speaker.
Sure. So now it's time to invite Dr. M. Surenarayanan ji. He's lecturer in
Before
Sanskrit.
that, Aparna, 1 minute. Before that, I want to compliment and comment on Dr. Sitaram Lakshmi's speech, because although she is not much very good in health just now, but still, because it is music connected also, the topic about the saints, religionists, and philosophers or spiritualists, and Tyagaraja and all, most of the Vaggayakaras have covered these three aspects in their composition, and they lived that life also. They lived as a saint life. They just promoted religion in appropriate manner. For example, Tyagaraja says that there's no use of counting the fingers, but one should be really connected. And also, when he says that Manasu nilpalekapote, when you can't hold on your mind on Paramatma, well, these things. So there are so many factors. As he said, chemistry, physics, psychology, and all these branches which people pursue. In fact, she has given a talk in Bombay some time back on the physics in Veda and chemistry in Veda. So such a versatile scholar now is able to give us some insights into the compositions of Tyagaraja, and we are very happy. Compliments to her and congratulations.
I also to mention Dvaitama Sukhama, Advaitama Sukhama, Shivamantramu Narayan, Madhava Mantramunaku, Rajivamu, Shivamantramunaku, Majivamu, Ma Rama, 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 Ma Rama, Rama, Rama. Like that, you understand that one. Whoever is understanding this one is great, not to go into the details of all religions, he says, regarding religious way. And Dvaitama Sukhama, Advaitama, questioning, you only decide like that. He says Rama is the essence of both Shiva and Vishnu. So this understanding is like that. He says in so many ways, Durukugala and Indra Mahan Baula, all these Pancharatnas also narrated by him to explain so many points of understanding.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to next speaker.
Ji. Now I would like to request Dr. M. Surenarayan ji. He's lecturer in Sanskrit from Secunderabad, and he will be speaking on insights of sage Valmiki and dharmic aspects in Ramayana.
Good evening, all. Madam, am I audible?
G.
Yeah, go on.
Yes.
Thank you. योऽन्तः प्रविश्य मम वाचमिमां प्रसुप्तां सञ्जीवयति अखिलशक्तिधरस्वधाम्ना अन्यांश हस्तचरणश्रवणत्वगादीन् प्राणान् नमो भगवते पुरुषाय तुभ्यम् कमनीयकिशोरमुग्धमूर्तेः कलवेणुक्वणितादृताननेन्दोः मम वाचि विजृम्भतां मुरारेः मधुरिं नः कणिकापि कापि कापि. Firstly, I pranam Dr. Prabhakar sir because I am here. I am also taking one part in this Veda Adhyayana celebrations, annual celebrations. I am very, very thankful to him. And my humble pranams to Dr. Sitarama Lakshmi, who is equal to my mother, and all participants. The topic is accidentally today, just now I heard about Tyagaraja who narrated the Leelas of Sri Rama. After that, accidentally today I had also taken one topic about Rama and Ramayana. So I feel very, very blessed. I am blessed. So my topic is insight of Sheikh Valmiki and Dharmic aspects in Ramayana. Our India has been involved in constant deliberation to impart eternal truth and wisdom and the society to transform and establish an individual with high moral and righteousness by combining the spiritual foundations of Indian literature. Our literature has a vast, we have very vast of knowledge in our literature, culture, and tradition. So, in which way, in our sacred rivers flowing in our India, Gange, Chamane, Cheva, Godavari, Saraswati, Narmade, Sindhu, Kaveri, Jadespan, Samedam, Kuru. So, in our sacred rivers, Ganga and Yamuna, the Saraswati river, which one is flowing, is invisible. So, even in the same way, in the Indian scriptures and dharmas are epics, the teachings of ancient sages, rishis, and poets, they deeply embedded ethics and dharma into their teachings. So, making this tradition as an exemplary culture and social foresight model. In these lines, the Valmiki Ramayana epitomizes the principles of dharma and provides profound lessons for humanity. Only our culture, Indian culture says, Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu, Sarve Santu Nidamayaha, Sarve Bhadrani Pasyantu, Makasya Dukha Bhag Bhave. It's called Lokasreya. So, our culture introduces ideals such as individual, worldly, family, and national responsibilities. Kalidasa says, Udara Kiritanam to Vasudeva Kutumbakam. We treat our society as a family, as an entire family. So, in the Ramayana, Rama took a place as a king. If he is a king, then he should have some qualities. So, firstly, we see that if we examine the word Raja, what is the abbreviation of Raja? In Sanskrit language, the abbreviation was given as Ranjayati iti Raja. This emphasizes that the king's primary duty is to protect and ensure the welfare and happiness of his subjects. Additionally, the king should preserve and follow dharma to generate wealth and use that wealth to provide security to those people who are in distress by giving alms to deserving individuals also. So knowledge, support a king, Raja, he must support acharyas and sages and maharshis who are residing, living in his kingdom, and he must share his knowledge and perform some various yajnas and yagas to establish dharma and uplift the well-being of the society. So, if we examine if you when we are seeing the slokas of Ramayana, Valmiki said the noble qualities and duties of an ideal son and king, and further, and he described Valmiki mentioned some Raj So Valmiki Maharshi quotes that the Lord Rama's qualities as a king as in Balakanda Rama saying, Rakshita Swasya Dharmasya Swajanasya cha Rakshita. So Valmiki described Lord Rama as a guardian of Dharma and people, a model for preserving moral and societal harmony, and Lord Rama's virtues, including truthfulness, adherence to Dharma, and respect for Pitru Dharma, are held up as a universal model. If Rama asked Dasaratha, why should I go to forest? There will be no Ramayana. That's called Pitru Dharma or Pitru Vakya Paripalana. And the philosophy stands as a vital example of social thought and foresight. The various forms of dharma, be it ethical, social, familial, are intersectionally woven into the narrative of the Ramayana. Ramayana itself establishing an essential scripture of dharma and making it a cornerstone of Indian literature. That's why we are calling Ramayana as the Adi Kavya. पिता हि दैवतं ताता दैवतानामपि स्मृतं तस्मात् दैवतमित्येव करिष्यामि पितुर्वचः न ह्यतो धर्माचरणं किञ्चिदस्ति महत्तरं यथा पितरि शुश्रूषा तस्य वा वचनक्रिया. Rama said like this. And who is son? What are the qualities of son? So Dharma Shastras are saying that Jivato Bhaktikaranath Prichabdam Bhuri Bhojanat Gayayam Pindadanena Tribihi Putrasya Putrata. So Dharma Shastras, while discussing the duties of a son, which entails and emphasizing the importance of strictly and humbly adhering to the guidance of parents throughout their lives. So, providing food, a son should provide food to his parents, and serving them diligently, and after their passing, honoring them through the performance of Pindapradana at Gaya. The same saying Maharshi Valmiki mentioned in his Ramayana as well as Itahi Daivatam Tata Daivatanam api smrutam Tasmat Daivatamityeva Karishyami Piturvachaha Karishyami Piturvachaha. I will follow my father's words. I will do what he said. So Valmiki also mentioned these Dharmasastra content. He mentioned the Dharmasastra issues in his Ramayana as well as by showcasing how Rama did Pitru Vakya Paripalana as a tapasya throughout his life. The highest order of the son's dharma is worshipping parents with the utmost regard than deities. In our culture, we will say, Matrudevo Bhava, Pitrudevo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava. So parents' instructions without questioning is considered parents' instructions without questioning is considered the highest virtue of dutiful son. A son who follows a parent's directives is deemed genuinely virtuous. Such qualities of worship are prominently depicted and illustrated by Valmiki in the Ramayana. The attributes of a good son, as outlined in the scriptures, and exemplified by King Dasharatha among all four sons. What are the quotes? Satyam Vada, Dharmam Jara, Satyanna Pramaditavyam, Dharmanna Pramaditavyam, Deva Pitrukaryabhyam na Pramaditavyam, says Taittiriya Shikshavalli. The Taittiriya Shikshavalli teaches timeless values such as Satyam Vada, Dharmam Chara, speak the truth, follow the right path. The Taittiriya Upanishad further emphasizes this, teaching individuals not to deviate from truth or dharma under any circumstances. Dharma anna pramaditavyam. So you should not deviate from truth or dharma at any circumstance. It instructs power conduct in religious, social, and familial under any familial responsibilities. Whatever the situation, the Daivakaryas and Pitrukaryas will never destroyed. So declarations of truth are always upheld in the great epic. The truths spoken resonate with the world, and the wisdom of Valmiki shines through eternally. So Ramayana teaches. Ramayana is a Adikavya. What is the abbreviation of Ramayana means Ramasya Ayanam Ramayanam. The way, the path, which one showed by Rama. So Ramayana teaches timeless values as a Satyamvada Dharmam Chara. The Taittiriya Upanishad further emphasizes this, teaching individuals not to deviate from truth or dharma under any circumstances. So, if you see the responsibilities of king, what are the responsibilities of the king? Then the Parashara Smriti is saying that Kshatriyasya paro dharmaha prajanameva palanam nirdishta palabhokta hi raja dharmena yujyate. Parashara Smriti quotes that good governance is one that delights and brings joy to the people, as stated in the revered scriptures. A king's foremost responsibility is to rule in alignment with Dharma. Such governance brings satisfaction and happiness to the people. To understand this better, consider the context of when it was decided to appoint Rama as a crown prince. And the king Dasharatha gathered all ministers. When he decided to do Pattabhisheka for Rama, then King Dasharatha gathered all the ministers and elders of the Ayodhya, who are people, elders are living in Ayodhya, to announce his decision about Rama's Pattabhisheka. In the assembly, everyone, without any objection, they approved the idea, they agreed for the idea of Dasharatha, and they approved the idea of crowning Rama as king, so expressing their agreement in this way. Like what they are saying, Ayodhya people, the people who are living in Ayodhya, they are saying that Ramaha Satpurusho Loke Satya Dharma Parayanaha Dharmajnaha Satya Sandhasya Silavan Anasuyakaha Priyavadi cha Bhutanam Satyavadi cha Ragavaha Bahusutana Buddhana Brahmanana Upasita Yada Vrajati Sangramam Gramarthe Nagarasya va Gatva Saumitra Sahito Navijiccha Nivartate Sangramat Punaragamya Kunjarena Rathena va Pauran Jalsva Janavan Nityam Kushalam Paripruchati. Expression of feelings. The Ayodhya, people of Ayodhya, they loved Rama very much. They owned him. So that's why they are saying that Lord Rama is renowned as a noble person and man of truth, and he is a capable person. He has a character, and he has a what we have said. He is a very hardworking person. Rama is a very hardworking person and knowledgeable, and he knows dharma, and he treats people as his children. So he devoted to serving his people, Rama. So he is free from envy and deceit, standing as a paragon of virtue and integrity. Rama's conduct as a ruler is marked by humility, wisdom, and concern for the welfare of all. He listens. He who Rama listens everyone's word, what they are saying, and he listens attentively to his people, honors stakes, and protects religious sacrifices, and he ensures the prosperity and happiness of his subjects, making him as a paragon of a leadership. So Ramayana conveys that what Ramayana conveys, the Ramayana conveys that true governance involves earning the trust and love of the people. This is a very, very important thing. So Rama's interactions with the citizens of Ayodhya reflect his commitment to maintaining their well-being and
Dr.
forest.
Surendran ji, kindly conclude, please.
Okay. So व्यसनेषु मनुष्याणां वृषं भवति दुःखितः उत्सवेषु दुःखेषु पिते परितुष्यति भूमि कीर्तिर्यशो लक्ष्मी पुरुषं प्रार्थयन्ति हि स्वर्गस्थं चानुपश्यन्ति सत्यमेव भजेत तत्. So virtues are like gold, they are invaluable treasures, kingdom, fame, and wealth naturally inclined towards a truthful and uh, good person. Therefore, one must always serve truth and dharma and strive for honor and virtue, regardless of the challenges encountered. One should firmly adhere to truth and any vows they have undertaken, walking steadfastly on the path of dharma without straying into the path of immoral. The Ramayana emphasizes the moral responsibilities of every individual, showcasing Rama as an ideal son, brother, husband, and leader. So, in this Ramayana, finally, the conclusion is the Manusmriti mentioning that आचार्यंच प्रियवक्तारं पितरं मातरं गुरुं नहिंस्या ब्राह्मणान् गांश्च सर्वां सेव तपस्विनः. The Manusmriti emphasizes that protecting and respecting sages, teachers, Brahmins, cows, and rituals like yajnas, it condemns violence against those engaged in noble activities, thus eliminating Tataki, who disrupted sacrificial rituals with violence, is seen as an act of adharma in Ramayana. Valmiki said that how Rama acted in accordance with dharma. This is further enforced through the conversations between Vibhishana and Ravana during the events in the Lanka. Valmiki uses his dialogue to emphasize the consequences of ignoring dharma and the ultimate success. So, in Ramayana, Vibhishana told, and Vibhishana and Kumbhakarna all are told to Ravana, please give back to Sita to Rama, give back Sita to Rama, but he did not listen to their words. So, साकारो निस्पृहवाग्नि नानाशास्त्र विचक्षणः परिचित्तावगन्ता च राज्ञो दूतस्य उच्यते. In the Ramayana, the messenger's qualities are so mentioned. So proceed. What is the difference between dharma and adharma? What is the importance of satya truth? What is the importance of tyaga? All are mentioned in Ramayana. So Valmiki is not only a saint, and he is a scientist, and he is a good writer, he is a good commentator, and purely he is a Dharma Shastra. He have very knowledge. He had very knowledge in Dharma Shastra also. So with this word, I am concluding my lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Surendran ji. And yes, you said rightly that Valmiki ji is not only the author, he is a teacher also who has given us so many ethical values through the our foremost epic Ramayana. So, Dr. Prabhakar sir, do you want to have some?
Just 1 minute, sir. Just one comment for the Valmiki Maharshi, because we are also talking about the saint, religionist, and spiritualist. So in Valmiki, we see the combination of all these things, and he is telling ultimately one message: Ramavat vartitavyam na Ravanavat.
Ravanadivati.
So, and again, another point is, when ultimate success we want Ramasekti to be invoked, and with that Ramasekti we can win. For example, the Moola Mantra of Ramayana is Ramo Dasarathir Yadi Paurushecha Pratidvandva Sarainam Jahi Ravane. Dharmatma Satyasandhascha Ramo Dasarathire. This is the final mantra that Lakshmana employed, challenged in order to put out that Indrajit. So Rama himself for Ravana and Rama Shakti for, so thereby we see the practicality, that is the laboratory work also, that we can get the results of the behavior of Rama and also all that. That's why, and though Medu Surya Narayana actually is the Asthana Vidwan in Swam Matha in Hyderabad, apart from being a lecturer in Sanskrit and scholar, PhD, and compliments to him that he obliged to talk to us today. Thank you very much. Good paper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you both. And now it's time to announce invite the last speaker of today's session, Shri Ramachandra Sharma ji. He's IT professional and Samarth Vidwan. He will be speaking on Maharishi Apastamba and Bodhayan, the regionalists that help the spiritual conduct. We welcome you, Shri Ramachandra ji, and your time is 15 minutes from now. Thank you.
Namaskaram. Shivadi Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Shri Mahaganadhipataya Namaha. Shri Mahasaraswataya Namaha. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Let me start sharing my screen. Yeah. I hope everybody is able to look at my screen, but thing is, although
Yes.
I'll be explaining more towards the content. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
So my my pranams to lotus feet of Shri Guru Garu, Prabhakar Shastri Guru Garu. And with his blessing, like I'll try to explain the things and then the works of Maharshi Bodhayana and then Apastamba today. So namaskaram to everyone. Sabhaya Namaha. So actually, so we all know that there are Vedas, right? The Vedas are the ultimate scriptures for us and ultimate things for us in terms of Dharma Shastra as a reference for everything, for all the Bharatiyas. So the whole Veda set of Vedas have been divided into 4 parts known as Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samveda, Atharvaveda. Everyone knows that. So in addition to that thing, to understand the Vedas, so there are 6 subsets of the called that is a called as Vedangas. The Vedangas are nothing but without learning the proper Vedangas, right? So it is very difficult to interpret the Vedas to the what is actually it meant to be, because the language is complete. It's not a direct normal Sanskrit language. It is a completely different language. So for that one, the Vedangas are the 6 limbs of the actually Vedas are called as Vedangas. The Vedangas are mainly, we have Siksha, which talks about the phonetics of the language, like what is the language and how to pronounce it, how the words will be uttered, and everything will be dealt in the Shiksha Shastra. And then Kalpa Shastra. So this is nothing, this is the actual very important things. So Vedas are the kind of, if you can see that is a theoretical part. The abstract version of the text will be like a more text will be there. But how to use the text in a day-to-day application oriented point of view, that will be talking in the Kalpa of the Vedanga. The third one is Vyakaranam. There is nothing but the grammar. And fourth one is Nirukta. Nirukta talks about the etymology. That means if you talk about Agni or Vayu, or what does it mean? What does Agni mean? What does Vayu mean? What does Varuna mean? What does Indra mean? Like this, there are several words will be used in the Veda. Those words will be having several meanings. Based on the context, the meaning will be changed. That this Nirukta Anga that covers this etymology of the Vedas. And then Chandas is the meter. What kind of meter it is used. And then some sentences will be used in the 8-letter words, and then some sentences will be having like 24 letters, 16 letters, 13 letters, like this. So what is the meter of that particular Veda? And then that talks about in the Chandas. And then finally, the 6th one is Jyotisha. It talks about the astronomy and then astrology. This is the basics of the Veda and the Vedangas. Today's topic is how the Rishis helped the mankind, and then out of which I have chosen the Kalpa Shastra. Kalpa Shastra is nothing but application of the Vedas. So we do use Vedas in our day-to-day lives. So in that one, I'll be talking about the Kalpa Shastra mainly, and then how we are using, and then which rishis they have contributed towards the Kalpashastra. So coming to the Kalpashastra is right, it is one of the Vedangas, this talks about the rituals, sacrifices, that means yajnas, yagas, and then day-to-day karmas. That means, so we know the Vedas, but on what purpose, and then when to use Veda, and then which mantra should be used when. And then this is completely like application. Like medicine, everybody will be reading it. Like, for example, MBBS or something. So everybody will be reading it. Just a minute. Sorry. I'm running out of my charging. Sorry, thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. So like a medicine, everybody will be medicine or engineering, everybody will be reading it, the theory. But thing is, when come to the application point of view, there are several applications will be there. And then unless one is expertise and then understand the rules and regulations of how to use the theoretical knowledge that one has acquired, so will not be, the theory will be like a kind of waste. It's the same purpose. The Vedas also, people have learned the Vedas and then they'll be using it. But thing is where and then how the Veda will be used and then what are all the set of rules and regulations to be, that entire set principles will be talked in the Kalpashastra. The Kalpashastra has again divided into 4 parts mainly. One is Shrauta Sutras, and then second one is Grihya Sutras. Third one is Dharma Sutras, and then fourth one is Shulba Sutras. So coming to the Shrauta Sutras means we have yajnas and sacrifices, like several yajnas mentioned in the Veda Brahmanas, like Soma Yajnam, Aptoryamam, Agnistomam, Aptoryamam, and then Vajapayam, Poundarikam, and then these kind of yajnas, several yajnas have been mentioned. These yajnas, the purpose of performing these sacrifices or yajnas is majorly to maintain the equilibrium state in the universe. The nature forces which controls the entire universe, to make them like in a equilibrium state. So we perform the yajnas. That is scientifically speaking. Whereas the second one is Grihya Sutras. The rituals to be performed by a Grihastha. That means all the married men and then all the people who lives in a home, who performs the various kind of activities. That activities, the set of activities and then principles have been listed elaboratedly in the Grihya Sutras. And the third one is Dharma Sutras. So to perform the yajna or grihya, so they'll be mentioning about which mantra should be used for which purpose and then how to use that thing. But thing is to elaboratedly, and then what you are supposed to do. Okay, everything, the do's and then don'ts, simply in simple terms, do's and then don'ts have been mentioned in the Dharma Sutras. For example, if one wakes up, gets up, what needs to be done, which god he needs to pray. And then after waking up, how to brush your teeth, what kind of materials to be used to brush your teeth, and then how to do the gargling, and then how to take bath, and then which water should be used, how to wipe it off. So all these things will be how to eat, what to eat, and how to sleep, even like how to chant the mantras, and then what kind of how to behave in a society, how to treat your people, how to treat elders, how to treat women, how to treat men, all these things, everything to the utmost pinpoint level detail that has been mentioned as the Dharma Sutras. These are the very crucial aspects by anything in the Kalpa Sutras actually. These Dharma Sutras plays a vital role in maintaining the ethics and then compliance kind of things. That is how like our Bharatiya Sanskriti existing since several like time immemorial, without any this thing, because of everybody follows these Dharma Sutras unknowingly. And then the fourth one is Shulba Sutra. Shulba Sutra talks about the mathematics completely, and then geometry, we can say that. To perform the yajnas, and then we have to make several yajna kundas and all. Yajna kundas means like yajna vedis and all. Some will be appeared in the square, some will be appeared in the half circle one, some will be appeared in the form of like Garuda. Garuda means like so yajnas will be having it. The Garuda means the eagle shape yajna kundas will be there. Some will be like a toy shape yajnakundas will be there. Like this, several yajnakundas will be there. And then what angles should be performed, and then how to do this, all these things will be explained in the a pure mathematics, and then related to this geometry, everything has been covered as part of Shulba Sutras. So now coming to the Rishis, right? There are several Rishis who have contributed towards this Kalpashastra. That means application. That is how like entire Bharat, right? If you go to any place of the Bharat, corresponding to the particular Veda, and then some Rishis have given the set of rules and regulations, and then based on which people will be performing the rituals. That's how like you can see the differences in the North India, or South India, or Western India, or Eastern India. If you can see that based on the Rishis, they follow the way they perform the rituals like marriage, Upanayam, Gruhapravesham, all these things will be a little different. Coming to the Kalpasutra, today's Rishis, right? Bodhayana and the Napastamba, these are the key Rishis who have contributed towards the Krishna Yajurveda part of the Vedas. So we have 4 Vedas, right? As I mentioned earlier, out of which Yajurveda is the main Veda. In the Yajurveda, there are again 2 parts, Shukla Yajurveda and then Krishna Yajurveda. And then this Krishna Yajurveda is being widely followed in Andhra Pradesh and then Karnataka and then Tamil Nadu regions. Some other regions will also be followed, but thing is majorly, predominantly these areas like they have more followers of these Vedas. So the application of this Krishna Yajurveda has been given by contributed by majorly Bodhayana Maharshi and then Apastamba Maharshi and then Katyayana Maharshi. But nowadays, like Katyayana Maharshi's followers are very, very minimal. But if you can see, Bodhayana and then Apastamba remains the primary rishis for most of the people. So among Bodhayana and Apastamba also, the Grihya Sutras, mainly the rituals to be performed from the birth till the marriage and then till the Antyashti. So there are 16 main karmas, they have mentioned it. That is like a Garbhadhanam, Pumsavanam. Garbhadhanam means like, meeting kind of thing. And then Pumsavanam, after the Semantam, after that Jata Karma, the cutting out the umbilical cord. Then after that Namakarnam, naming ceremony. Annaprashanam, just putting the first food. And then Chaulam Chuda Karma, like that means keeping the Shikha and all these things. And then after Upanayam, there are some vratas will be there. And then Snatakam, it followed by Vivaham. Vivaham, after that one, again Garbhadhanam. And then finally Antyashti. That means once the body leaves, right, the final rituals will be cremation rituals and all these things will be performed. All these things were predominantly explained by Apastamba Maharshi, and then we are the Krishna, these rishis, I mean, they have given the Grihya Sutras, and then the followers are following these things. So,
Ramaji, your slides are not moving. They are all on Kalp only.
Okay, yeah. Okay, here only, yeah. So these, thank you. And then majorly, these are the sutras, actually, Grihya Sutras. These are the rituals to be performed. In addition to that thing, everybody goes to temple and then we perform the puja. Shodashopchar puja. At home also we perform the puja. And then we perform the Rudrabhishekam. We perform the Gruhapravesham. That means like a Vastu puja, Vastu Shanti, this kind of thing. If a child birth happens, like we do perform the Navagraha Shanti, homas, and then Ganapati Homam. And then like this, so many homas everyone will be performing on day-to-day basis. And we perform the Udaka Shanti kind of thing. It is a cleansing rituals and everything. And we perform many other rituals also in day-to-day basis, right? And then everybody knows that. And then they go to temple and then they do Devata Pratishtha and then this kind of thing. And that means installing a new deity, idol in the form of idol in a temple. All these things were majorly given by Bodhayana Maharshi and then Apastamba Maharshi. But out of which, right, Bodhayana Sutras are little elaborated, Shrauta Sutras and then Grihya Sutras, currently being followed by very limited people. But mainly Apastamba Maharshi, whatever he has given, that Apastamba Sutra, those are only being followed by majority of the people. But coming to the Yajnas, right, these Shulba Sutras given by Bodhayana Maharshi, that means the dimensions, the geometry of these things and then everything will be were given by Bodhayana Maharshi. One of the key example I would like to mention it. Pythagoras theorem, everybody knows that. We know that, right? 3, 4, 5, that Pythagoras principle actually. So a triangle has like a right angle triangle has three bases, right? I mean, so those things, what is the relation between each and everything? And then that's been given by Pythagoras mainly. And then this is actually one of the key thing in the mathematics to have the advanced mathematics and all, right? Everybody knows that. This was first explained by Bodhayana Maharshi in his Shulba Sutras. This is just a tip of the iceberg, actually. So one can just go through that Shulba Sutras to understand more about the geometry and then what kind of things. Okay, that's a major work of the Bodhayan Maharshi. And then in addition to that, so we have, as I mentioned, right. So there are a couple of things which were not mentioned by Apastamba Maharshi, but those are being used, given by Bodhayan Maharshi. The one of the key such kind of things is Mahanyasam Rudrabhishekam. So Mahanyasam is a vast subject actually. So it is invoking the universe forces, various devatas. The devatas, we call it as a literal word, but in this actually we invoking the various forces that control the entire universe into your body, and then uniting your body, Atma, with the universal force, universal consciousness. That is the aspect of the Mahanyasam and the Rudrabhishekam actually. So that is given by Bodhayana Maharshi only. And then another one is Ankurarapanam. Ankurarapanam means inviting the Pitru Devatas before you perform any rituals like Upanayinam or Vivaham or Devata Pratishtha or any other key rituals. You invite the Pitru Devatas in a certain form. That particular ritual is called as Ankurarapanam or Nandi Shraddham. This was given by Bodhayana Maharshi. And then Udaka Shanti, as I mentioned, right, it is a cleansing ritual to be performed using the water, and then invoking the energies of the Varuna and then other devatas into the water, and then using that water for the cleansing purpose, especially when you are having ashocham or when you are performing the yajna agadi, any ritual before to performing the ritual, right, to cleanse physically and then mentally, and then that particular ritual will be performed. That Udaka Shanti was given by Bodhayan Maharshi. And then other Shanti Prayagas like Sashtiyabdi also given. That means after 60 years, so one should perform the Shanti. That is called Ugraradha Shanti. That was also given by Bodhayan Maharshi, and then several other Shantis also. And the other rituals given by this Apastamba Maharshi, sorry, there was a typo here. That Apastamba Maharshi was Griha Pravesam Vastu Shanti, how to perform the Vastu, and then I have already given a talk about the Vastu in February month, so elaboratedly. And then Akshara Svekaram, that means Akshara Svekaram, before you start going to school, right? And then one has to invoke the energy of the Saraswati and then other devatas into that one. That is called Akshara Svekaram. And then Shodasha Karmas, as I explained earlier, Garbhadanam Pumsana, all these kind of things. And then special Griha Shantis, you'll be wondered, like if a honeybee forms at your home, there is a kind of certain negative energies will be there. Then how to get rid of those kind of negative energies? That was explained by Avastama Maharshi. That is, similarly, if pigeons come and then stay at your home and then keep a nest at your home, then there should be a Shanti should be performed. Like this, and then Adbhuta Shanti is there, and then Darsha Shanti is there. If someone borns on the Amavasya, no moon day, what happens? What kind of negative energy they'll carry, and then what kind of Shanti should be performed? And then on Paurnami days, what kind of ritual should be performed? Like this, if you, the list is endless. I can say that around 150 to 180 different kind of set of rituals are performed. Rituals have been mentioned by Apastamba Maharshi. It was mentioned by Bodhayan Maharshi also, but thing is widely currently used by, the rituals are being used by, suggested by like Apastamba Maharshi. Like this, these kind of special rituals will also be
Shri
there.
Ramaji, please conclude.
Yes, okay. That's all. I'm almost done. So this is how, this is the kind of like works that they have given. So in a day-to-day life, whatever you do, whatever you follow, right, whatever the ritual you perform, that is nothing but the works of the either Bodhayana Maharshi or Apastamba Maharshi. If someone is belong to Rigveda and other thing, there are Ashvalayana Maharshi and then Gobhela Sutra, something will be there. If someone is not known about their Veda Shakha and then Rishis, then they can blindly pick out the Bodhayan Maharshi's or Apastamba Maharshi Sutras, and then they follow the rituals. This is what, and then we should always vow to those kind of Rishis for giving us elaborated and then how to live happily, and then how to live with a prosperity and then all these things. So this is how I conclude. And thank you to Sri Guru Garu for giving me opportunity to talk about touching the tip of the iceberg of the works of Bodhayan Maharshi and Apastamba Maharshi. Thank you so much. My pranam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hare Om Shri Krishna Arpanamastu. Tatsat Parabrahma Arpanamastu.
Thank you, Shri Ramachandruji, and you have enlightened us with the great Maharishis Bodhayan and Apstamba. And I think Dr. Prabhakar sir wants to say something, so I will invite him.
So thank you. You have done a wonderful job. You just know say tip of time. So now you want more tips to come into elaborate, and it's a practical aspect which all people should definitely know and observe as far as possible for their smooth running of life. Because Ugrarasa Shanti, Mudaka Shanti, Bhimarata Shanti, and all that after 60, the Sunny will complete 2 rounds in everybody's horoscope. So third and fourth round is a problem for Sunny and for the fellow. Therefore, I think all these Shantis and all these things are. Thank you very much. No more to talk because we have got the last cultural program for about 15 minutes or 20 minutes, and let's conclude. Yes, madam.
Yes. Yes. So now we are finished off with all the proceedings of the 2 days, and we have heard a lot of we have heard all the lectures related to various great saints and regionalist and spiritualist, and we may have some idea about our Asian text on by various perspectives of different saints. So now I would like to, now this is the last leg of this program where there is a cultural showcase by on Ardhanarishwar Shiva, a Bharatnatyam dance recital by Kumari Sommaya Kriti Vasan from Atlanta, USA. I invite you and invite you both and welcome. And this is going to be a live performance by them.
Somya will be performing a kirtana. A kirtanam is a piece sung in glory of a god or goddess. A kirtanam is composed of the pallavi, anupallavi, and multiple charnams. Kirtanams are typically sung in lighter ragas and are in madhyamakala, a medium speed. The Sahityam narrates prayers and stories from the Puranas, causing the underlying bhava of the kirtanam to be bhakti. As a dance composition, the kirtanam is primarily an abhinaya piece, with the lines of Sahityam intertwined with jatis and swaras, during which the dancer executes different gorbes or sets of aravas. The kirtanam that Somya will be performing today is dedicated to Adhanadishwara, a constructive and generative power, the combined form of Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati. Adhanadishwara is a combination of 3 words, Ardha, Nari, and Ishwara, meaning half, woman, and Lord, respectively, which when combined means the Lord whose half is woman. This piece is a hymn composed by the great Adi Shankaracharya and compares the appearance and divine acts of Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati in their combined form. Presenting the Adhanadishwara Stotram, a Ragamalika, set to Adi Talam, composed by Adi Shankaracharya and choreographed by Somya's teacher, Srimati Savita Vishwanathan.
Namah Shivaya. Sagama Pama Gama Pani Sani Pama Pani Sani Pama Gasa Sagama Pani Sani Tacham Tatita Tatacham Tatita Jum Tacham Tatita Tatati Sagasani Gasani Nizani Basani Mapani Sani Sani Tatachum Tatachum Tini Tatachum Tini Kita Tatachum Namah Shivaya.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Miss Soumya Kriti
Beautiful.
Vasan ji, and that was very nice, very appreciating. We all are very appreciating that you have been accepted our invitation for today's program. I request Dr. Prabhakar sir to give you further blessings.
Yes. So, young artist, budding artist, be a star. Thank you very much, Amma, for your excellent performance. God
Thank
bless
you.
you and Anuradha Swami. Actually, this program today we started with the Shiva Tandava Stotram, and we are just concluding with Ardhanarishwara Stotra dance performance. Beautiful. So thanks to our father, mother, everybody, and our teacher. I don't know whether she is there nearby to appear. Is there your teacher?
No, my teacher is not here.
So she must be watching your performance. So
Yeah.
congratulations and blessings to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Especially.
So we have received blessings of Lord Shiva as Professor Prabhakar sir just mentioned, and this is going to be a great start for the new year, going to happen in just 2 days. So with these words, I request now Shrimati Jayanti Mohanji. She's IT professional and Nath Veda Adhyayana Kendra Veda student from Chicago, to give vote of thanks and wrap up the whole session of 2 days, this annual day celebrations. Jayanti Mohanji.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aparnaji. Thank you very much. And my namaskarams and pranams to my guru, Dr. Prabhakar Garu. In 2 days performance, we have covered extensive and varieties of topics, and all speakers have given their best efforts within the very limited 15 minutes for each speaker, which is definitely not enough, but everybody did their best and covered the maximum information that they could provide to us and to the next generation. It was a great, and I have no words to thank them because it's such a huge
Jayanti ji,
effort.
can you please switch on your video? Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, I know, but my video, I'm very sorry about that. It was a great performance, and I really appreciate and thank everyone. And it's a big blessing for the upcoming generations. I got to learn lots about many sages and saints, and especially the Adhyayana, the Shanti Homa. We are all ordinary people living here without not even the size of a poppy seed knowledge about Vedas and our smritis and stutis and all, very little knowledge. And even in our regular life, there are so many simple santis that we could do, which I just got to know from our Adhyayana speaker. And many Sitama Garu's lecture was about Rama. We really don't know how he came to Tamil Nadu. We know he is in Tamil Nadu, he is in Tanjavur, Tiruvayar, but how he came there is something it was nice to know the history of the kings involved in bringing this big culture, traditions, big, Samutra Sagar of Sankirtanam to Tamil Nadu, and a lot of things. I have to thank each and everyone, from small kids to adults. But being too late tonight, I really thank everyone for participating and for giving their best to us. And now I give it to Prabhakar Garu to take over the word of thanks. Thank you, Guruji. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ma, for your wonderful comments and appreciation. And now Sivalinga is there to just conclude, say Shanti Mantram, Mangalasaranam.
Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryankaravavai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah. Sarve santu niramaya. Sarve bhadrani pashyant ma kaschid dukkha bhag bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Shri Krishnarpanamastu. Shri Vasudevarpanamastu. Shri Veda Purusha Ashirvadostu. Om Shri Matru Charanaravindarpanamastu. Om Tat Sat. Hari Om. Namaste.